Everybody, I will call to order the March 11th, 2026 Planning Board meeting. If you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't see Mr. Farrell or Ian here tonight, so
Make a few appointments.
so
We'll
make appointments and we'll have a full house here.
you want to appoint Steve for Ann, and we'll do Ryan for John?
Yep.
Perfect. Fantastic. All right. Approval of minutes. We only have one set of minutes. We'll wait until we get through March. We'll talk about March's minutes in April.
They were a little on the late side, so
Need some
one
editing?
time to review.
Yeah, absolutely. Regional impact determinations. Do we have any?
None this evening, Mr. Chair.
Fantastic. And discussions with town staff.
I have nothing this evening.
Have nothing.
You have two extension requests, the first being for the Gateway site plan, and they're requesting, excuse me, an extension to December 6, 2026.
Gateway site plan to when?
December 6.
Is there a date on that?
The extension to 12/6/26.
Oh, okay.
And then what was the other one, Kelly?
The second is for the Technology Hill Envision site plan, extension to April 10th, 2026.
All right. So I am looking for a motion to grant the Gateway site plan extension to December 6, 2026.
So moved.
I
Second.
have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Tony D, aye. Giovanni Verani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This has been, the extension's been granted to December 6, 2026. I'm looking for a motion to grant an extension on the Technology Hill
So moved.
site plan for April 10th, 2026. I have a motion from Tony. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody. Second from Ryan. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Aye.
Same name.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Anything else? Kristen? Wonderful. We're going to get on to number 3, old business. We do have a continuance that I'm going to go through first. I'm looking to continue the public hearing for an application for formal review of a site plan for 40 residential units and a conditional use permit on 1,023 square feet of buffer impacts, including associated site improvements in the Commercial 2 Zone, 225 Rockingham Road. Tax map 15, lot 126. Gen X Construction Group is the owner and applicant. This was continued from February 4th, and we are looking to grant a continuance to April 8th.
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. D. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Rugg. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
I don't know if I should abstain from
Yes.
this because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Giovanni
fine.
Verani abstain.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. This has been granted to April 8th, 2026. And this is your one and only notice. All right. Let's move on here to a public hearing on an application for formal review of a subdivision to permit an organic waste processing facility in the Gateway Business District at 162 Litchfield Road, map 14, lot 39-2, zoned GB. Purpose Energy Londonderry LLC is the applicant. Nicholas Codner Trust 2012 is the owner, and this was continued from the 14th of January and the 11th of February. All right. Folks want to come on up? We do have, looks like we have a handful of checklist items we need to take a look at. I'd be looking for a motion to accept these for acceptance purposes only.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. D. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Giovanni. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D. I.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, I.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Again, these have been waived for acceptance only and now become a condition. All right. John, Kelly, do you have anything before we get going? Kristen, do you have anything before we get going?
No.
All right. Gentlemen,
Away we
good
go.
evening. Floor is yours.
All right, good evening. My name is Nick Golan. I'm a licensed engineer and principal of the firm TF Moran. To my right is Mr. Sean O'Neill, Senior Vice President and Developer with Purpose Energy, representing the applicant, that being Purpose Energy Londonderry LLC, who is both the developer and the operator.
Excuse me, Nick. There's a lot of people here tonight, so
Project?
you're gonna have to.
All right, I can do that.
Yeah.
Just, could I actually add something? I'm sorry, before you continue. So you've got two agenda items, first being the subdivision, second being the site plan. Just from the standpoint of the public hearing portion, just maybe you want to make clear how you're going to handle that from a discussion hearing standpoint.
Yeah, I mean,
If you're gonna have two hearings, or you're gonna act
I
on
mean-
the subdivision first.
usually we take them usually as one. We do a subdivision and a site plan, take our hearing all at once, and then
So
make
the
motions on
expectation from
both.
the public should be they can get up and speak to
Oh, yeah.
either or,
Yeah.
once you open the hearing.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I've got our direction. Also from our team in the audience, Dan Bonacario, who's President and CEO with Recycle Works. Our attorney representation being Mr. Ari Pollock from Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell. What are we here for? All right, this is an address of 162 Litchfield Road, and here's the important part, with access from North Wentworth Ave. No access to or use of Litchfield Road is proposed for this project. I think we did ourselves a disservice at our last meeting in January, where we did not make abundantly clear that all of our access is to North Wentworth. So no use of Litchfield Road in this proposal. The subject lot is tax map 14, lot 39, which is zoned Gateway Business District. The existing parcel is comprised of approximately 50 acres. Now, our proposal is to subdivide that lot. Oh, this is great. Would you mind putting on the conservation layer too? That'll tell us exactly. There it is. All right. Where we're proposing to subdivide the 50-acre lot into a 15-acre area, which is the portion outside of the airport access road mitigation area. So the box that we're looking at that is behind you is the lot that we're looking to develop. The remainder of the lot, if we can zoom out maybe just a little bit to get perspective, goes all the way down to Litchfield Road. It's approximately 1,000 feet from the property line. No portion of the area south of that line are we touching, which includes that hatched area. So no work is being proposed in that area, just that uppermost rectangular shape with access to North Wentworth. Now, I did make mention that we were proposing to subdivide that lot.
Nick, that was this right here?
Yes, sir.
Just that?
Yep.
Thank you.
So everything south of that remains in its current and present state. Trees remain, no changes to topography, nothing of the sort. So what are we proposing? This is the Southern New Hampshire Green Energy Campus, which will reduce the waste burden on New Hampshire by addressing the food waste problem with two connected resource facilities. Now, Sean did a really nice job last time, did a slide deck. We went through each element of the project. We weren't planning to do that this evening, but as follow-up questions, should they arise from the audience, we'll make sure we touch on each one of those elements, if that's acceptable. So the first element of this resource recovery facility is Recycle Works. They will receive food waste that normally goes to a landfill, including food that has passed its sell-by date or is out of specification, but is wrapped in glass, plastic, or metal packaging. Recycle Works will remove the organic waste from that packaging and send it to the second facility on the campus, that being Purpose Energy Londonderry. Purpose Energy will pump the food waste into tanks that digest it in a process similar to a human stomach. The digester tanks will produce renewable biogas that will be cleaned to pipeline quality and injected into the local natural gas network. All right, so we talked a little about who our team is. We've talked about the location and our project description. We give a little bit of an update on what we've accomplished since we've last seen you. As far as those updates are concerned, our wetlands dredge and fill permit has been approved. Our alteration of terrain permit has also been approved. Our FAA permits have been approved.
Those are all approved through the state?
Yes, sir. FAA being the Federal Aviation Authority, so not the state, that would be feds. But the first
Thank
two
you.
are our state permits.
Thank you.
Another federal permit is our EPA NEPDES permit for construction stormwater discharges. That has also been approved. And our solid waste permit, I believe now is at a stage where it's been deemed administratively complete? Correct. All right, so that permit is still under review, but administrative complete. On a more local level, we have an endorsement from the Concom on our wetlands permit that has been approved, as well as the CUP for buffer impacts that's before you this evening. Regarding the sewer division, they have conducted additional flow monitoring testing to evaluate our proposed discharge. They're evaluating those results right now, figuring out which tool in the tool belt to use so that we can bring that to resolution.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Sorry,
Yes, sir.
roll back a little bit. You went really fast.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that people heard it, number one. Number two, that it gets in the record of this meeting that's being taped.
Mhm.
It's live, but it's also being taped. So I want to make sure that it's clear. You real quick said a word, Concom. And-
Conservation Commission.
And so say the whole thing over again, please.
Certainly. So the Conservation Commission in town is tasked with evaluating your natural resources. That has to do with wetlands, rare and endangered species, and even stone walls. So they've reviewed this project. They provided a recommendation for approval of the project to both the state as part of that state wetlands dredge and fill permit, as well as the site plan approval and the conditional use permit that's before you today for the buffer impacts.
Thank you. I apologize for the interruption, but I think that was important.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And then lastly, on a local level, we did submit our a full traffic impact and access study. We received comments back. Those comments were specifically targeted towards making sure that we evaluated the need for turn lanes at our primary intersections. We've conducted that work. We found that mitigation is not required. We'll make that formal submittal, so staff then has the opportunity to review that.
What are your primary intersections?
That would be Harvey Road and Pettingill, and then North Wentworth Ave and Harvey Road.
Thank you.
Of course. So this is where we sit, folks. Relative to the subdivision application, there are a couple comments within the staff report that I think would make sense to address. The most primary of which was the access consideration. There is an unimproved portion of North Wentworth Ave that would provide access to our facility. The applicant had the opportunity to meet with town council as well as staff, and probably knows more about this than I do, so feel free to jump in if needed, that they had the opportunity to meet with town council, and town council is willing to sell that access to the applicant that will provide them with the appropriate frontage for this project to exist. Still need to go through the actual sale process, but I believe there was an understanding from town council at that meeting, Kelly, that sale could go through.
I can confirm, and you have your vice chair of the council seated up there as well. I can
Yep.
confirm.
Confirmed.
All right.
Was there a vote taken that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember the vote?
I think it was 5-0, if I
5-0.
remember.
5-0 unanimous?
5 unanimous.
And the vote was to sell the land to whom?
The vote was for the town to convey the end portion, essentially, it's about 0.8 acres, to
0.8 acres.
to Purpose Energy, which is the applicant before you this evening, and the town will receive about $7,500 for that transaction. So what the council authorized was for the town manager to finalize that process, which that finalization cannot take place until the site plan associated with that proposal is finalized by this board, so it is a condition of this approval.
Great. Can I continue?
Mhm.
Thank you. And so that allows this site to be accessed only from Wentworth?
North Wentworth.
North
North
Wentworth,
Wentworth.
sorry, because there's two Wentworths out
Yep.
there, which makes it even more confusing. And have zero access on the main road, which is
Litchfield Road.
Litchfield. So no access to Litchfield for this project,
Correct.
ever. Unless they have to come back and ask for whatever they have to ask for after the project is done.
Correct. They're proposing to create an entirely separate lot with an entirely separate access from your current 162 Litchfield Road.
Thank you.
All right, so continuing. So relative to the two applications, the site plan and the subdivision, each application carries with it 3 waiver requests. I'll address the subdivision waiver requests first. It is kind of a long list, but it's purposeful in that all of the data, design data that's required for our access for the subdivision has been solely contained within your site plan application. So we're not asking for a waiver not to provide information, we're just asking for a waiver so that it can all be consolidated within your site plan. We did make one update today to add section 3.09F to the list of the subdivision regulations that were already requested, and that was just as a clarification as part of the comments that staff was able to provide us that that one waiver element was missing. So that waiver is, again, specific to the subdivision plans do provide the necessary information to convey the ownership rights of the property consistent with the regulation. There are no physical improvements associated with just that conveyance of land, so we've included all of that design data within the site plans themselves. The second waiver request is specific to HIS mapping. So HIS mapping is the typical standard you use for evaluating soils when it comes to septics. The proposed lot, that'll be 15 acres, will be on a municipal service. The remainder of that 50 acres, that 34, 35 some odd acres that would remain, is currently on a septic and would remain on a septic. So we're simply just asking not to provide that data, as it wouldn't provide a public good. And then last, and this was an item that was specifically reviewed with the Conservation Commission, is the placement of the Conservation Overlay District signage. The Conservation Overlay District signage will be located on the lot to be developed. The remainder of the lot is already under conservation, already has appropriate protections, and we're not looking to provide additional signage essentially in the woods. It would just be immediately adjacent to the areas of improvement. And again, this was an item that was reviewed with the Conservation Commission, and they did not take exception with.
Sorry, Nick, I need to interrupt you again. Mr. Chair, I'd like the record to show that Ann Champa, a planning board member, has just entered the meeting, and you need to make a decision on how you're going to handle that.
I think it would be appropriate to leave Steve in for the time being because he's been appointed at time of when this started. And then when we get through this, then we would swap him over.
I think.
And you all-
You're fine, come on in.
Okay.
Just to be clear, Steve Bickford is voting on this
Correct.
matter and is a full member that will participate but doesn't have a vote in this instance.
Steve would be voting in this, yes, in place of Ann, whereas the hearing has already started for
Thank you.
the application.
Okay. So not a lot to talk about relative to the subdivision. It is relatively straightforward with the clarifications as far as the access and those 3 waivers. If I may, I'll jump into the site plan elements. I did mention that we do have 3 waivers that are associated with the site plan. The first of which we had the opportunity to review at the meeting in January, was internal parking landscape area. Because of the nature of this facility, we have no centralized location. This isn't a shopping center. There aren't outside visitors that are proposed. This is specifically used for the employees that will be at this facility. As such, what we're asking for is to waive the internal parking landscape area requirement in its entirety. There are grassed areas within the development, but because of the dispersal of the parking spaces, there is no formal landscaped areas outside of a couple of select locations to provide the necessary street trees, shade trees, things of that nature. So we've met those requirements. It's just that internal green space calculation. The other waivers that are associated,
Chair? Sorry, Nick.
of course,
I
sir.
think I had too much caffeine today.
That's okay.
Do you-
Keep them coming.
On a percentage basis, total site, do you know the amount of total green space that you have on this site?
Oh, gosh. That's a great question. If If you'll give me but one moment.
Sure.
So of our 15 some odd acres, our area of disturbance, just to give us a little bit of an order of magnitude, if we flip to our stormwater management sheet, which is C12, if I recall correctly, we were in the order of magnitude of less than 10 acres of impact for the overall site, which would leave an additional 5 acres in their existing natural condition. So although we are developing a portion of this, and you can see it within the site plan with the package, we do have some large sloped areas to transition to grade, which will be grassed. But given this is more of an industrial use, the immediate areas surrounding this building are pavement and intended to be pavement.
Yeah, so in total, give or take, without actually putting the ruler on it, you have probably around 5 acres untouched green.
Yes, sir.
Staying green. Thank you.
I have a question. When we're talking about these 15 acres, is that the whole parcel or the new parcel that you're going to create?
That's the new parcel we're creating.
What is the total area, including the area on the Litchfield Road?
There's an additional 34 some odd acres that will remain with Mr. Codner.
So it's safe to say it's about 34 acres between Litchfield Road and this project, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good way to put it.
Is that, so it's 34 acres from Litchfield Road into the site, and then the project starts. So you're 34 acres away from Litchfield.
Tony, real quick,
Thank you.
because I got a little turned around here.
Yep.
I'm not sure how or why. We do have completeness items that we need to work on for the site plan itself. So I think what we will do is let's get through the subdivision. I know we usually take them together, but let's go through the subdivision, discuss the subdivision. We'll open it up to public comment for the subdivision, make a decision on the subdivision, and then move on. I know they're usually together, but they're a little separate here, so.
This is a little more complicated.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna go through town staff on the subdivision only. So this is just subdividing the land from one lot into two. We're not gonna talk about the site plan yet. We're only gonna talk about the subdivision itself. We'll come to the board. We'll talk about the subdivision. Any comments on the subdivision? We'll open it up to you guys out in the public. And then we'll come back here. We'll make a decision on the subdivision. From there, we'll then begin to talk about the site plan, the building, what they're putting on it, and all that. I'm pretty sure that 90% of any of the comments are going to be related to the site plan, not the subdivision, but we'll still give you an opportunity to come up and talk about the subdivision of the land itself. With that, on the subdivision, before we get going here, does the board have anything? Kristen, do you have anything on the subdivision itself?
Did you want me to go over the?
Yeah, do we have
waivers?
waivers on the subdivision? It looks like we have a handful of waivers on the
Yes.
subdivision.
Want me to go over those?
Yeah,
Okay. So the first one is to do with the stormwater report, but they have a waiver. I mean, they've submitted a request. Okay. Okay. There's a waiver for the stormwater analysis report. There's one for the HIS and topo. There's one for the monumentation and the conservation overlay district, one for the sewer utilities, one for the water utilities, and one for the construction details.
are these waivers that are captured into the site plan when we get there?
Yes.
So we're waiving, they're waived, but they're
That's
not
the
waived.
intent.
They're addressed inside of the site plan as opposed to the subdivision, so we're not addressing them
Right.
twice. Correct?
Yes.
Anybody have any questions? Comments? All right, this is a public hearing. We're gonna open it up to the public. Again, if you have comments on the subdivision itself, so the division of the land from one lot into two, now would be the time to discuss it. If you wanna talk about the site plan, give us a little bit of time, and there will be another public hearing on the site plan itself before we make a vote on the site plan. With that, does anybody have anything they'd like to discuss on the subdivision of the land?
Microphone there, Ray.
Where is this?
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. I just would like some clarification on the subdivision. What?
Ray, hold on one second. How are you, pal? Let's get this somewhere where we can actually hear you.
There you go.
You got it?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
No, I just wanted clarification. As I understand it, there were 2 parcels of land that I thought were put into one at some point. Maybe I'm wrong. And this one here is the northernmost portion of it. The other one is a portion of land that goes back to Litchfield Road. Am I wrong, or I need clarification on these folks that are moving forward, Southern Green, New Hampshire Energy Campus. Do they own both parcels of land or not?
So, Kristen, help me out with this. We have 162 Litchfield Road. Has that always been a 47-acre site, or was this at one time 2 lots that were brought into one?
As far as I know, I never knew it to be 2 separate lots, but
John or Kelly, can you confirm that?
So what it is one overall lot, right? It's 49 acres,
Okay.
okay? It's a
Which
rectang-
includes this.
It's a rectangular lot, we'll call it. In the middle third, or halfway through it is where the conservation easement is, associated with the airport access road, what Kelly is showing here. See that? See all the green? That's the 49 acres. The white in the middle is a conservation easement, okay? It's still all one piece of property right now. The idea is to subdivide it into 2 pieces now. There you go. Kelly is highlighting, there's the new lot, then the parent lot, I call it the parent lot, is the white, and then the lot that goes to Litchfield Road. You follow me?
So who owns all this property?
Nick Codner.
And he's not transferring it to,
He will be if it's subdivided. Just the top.
So
So,
there's,
Ray, let me try and help.
yeah, help me out here, please.
So, this land right here is owned by Nick Codner of 162 Litchfield Road.
Okay,
Inside of this piece of land, in the middle of it, there's an easement, a conservation easement, on this piece of property. The owner of 162 Litchfield Road, Nick Codner, is looking to subdivide this land. So, this right here would now be 162 Litchfield Road. This would be the new piece of land that is
has a
getting
North Wentworth address.
subdivided by Nick to the applicant with access off of North Wentworth Ave. There's a little cul-de-sac right here that will extend through and into this piece of land. Kelly, is this what is getting conveyed to the
Portion.
applicant?
A portion of that, yeah.
The 0.8.
Yes.
Does that help a little bit, Ray?
yeah, but I'm just trying to clarify whether that, I wasn't even aware that conservation area, when did that become conservation? Or has it been?
Quite a while ago.
2001.
Yeah.
Pardon?
2001.
2001, okay. That's good to know. So, the part on Litchfield Road and the conservation area will remain with Nick Codner and has nothing to do with these folks.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clear.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the subdivision?
Did they say it correctly?
Could you just give us your name and address, please?
John Saucy.
Thank you.
3 Aspen Circle.
I appreciate it, sir.
So they're saying it's 1,000 feet from where they're going to have their property to Litchfield Road. Is that what I heard you say?
Would you be able to measure with the tools?
Yeah,
It's not 34 acres. It's a straight line, 1,000 feet.
Let me,
He said yes.
so, from, oh, yep.
Yep.
There you go. Third of a mile.
So from Litchfield Road to their property, it's 1,000 feet.
Yeah, plus or minus, right?
What I got?
Anything else from the public on the subdivision itself?
So wait a minute, so that was contradictory. So how many acres
This,
is left in the remaining parcel? After it's excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Thank you.
I think they're saying it's 34 square acres.
The remainder portion will be 34.157 acres.
So there is remaining 34 acres of green space that's going to be untouched, that's not going to be owned by,
The 34
Yeah.
acres includes all of what remains with Nick Codner, which also includes the portion on the very southerly end of the site where he has his homestead.
thank you.
So
Yes,
it's
sir.
between 13 and 14 of the 34 is what's getting subdivided.
Yeah, we're pulling that northerly 15 acres off
15.
and going to develop
Okay.
that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Our only concern is how, by direct line from Litchfield Road to their factory, it's 1,000 feet.
Third of a mile. What's a third of a
technically,
mile
To
in
the edge
feet?
of the property, so it's probably slightly further, but
Is that, what, is it 1,000 feet?
It's actually a
on
little bit more than
third of
that.
a mile?
It's more like
What is it,
1,500.
3,500 feet in a mile?
5,000.
Phys ed major.
5,280 feet.
5,280, so there's roughly.
All right, folks, hold on 1 second, please.
5,280 feet in a mile. It's
So-
a third of a mile. You're looking at, what's
1,500.
that, 1,800, 700,
So
1,700 feet?
I did it to be exact. 0.34 miles is 1,795 feet.
Thank you. All right. Anything else from the public on the subdivision?
And as Kelly just mentioned, and I think Nick did too, the building is not going to start right at the edge of the property.
Correct.
So there will be additional trees, frontage, between the edge of the property and the building. So it'll actually be more than that.
Thank you. Martha?
Martha Smith, 38 Shasta Drive. I need clarification too, in terms of the way they're going to access now is through North Wentworth, but they don't own that piece yet. So is that considered part of the subdivision, or is that considered part of the site plan?
Kelly, I'll let you answer that.
so this is why we're talking about them separately, because as soon as the board acts on the subdivision, and technically once it's recorded, it becomes 2 separate lots. So for discussion purposes and noticing purposes, it's 1 lot being proposed to be 2 lots. From an ownership standpoint, Nick Codner Trust legally owns the land right now. Until there's a purchase and sale and a land transaction, that's not gonna change. But for the purposes of a subdivision and a site plan review, ownership isn't entirely, I don't wanna say entirely relevant, but the intent is to sell the land to these folks. That's why they're the applicant before you.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this is typical of how a subdivision works. This is typically how land is subdivided. This is typically how the process of subdivision of someone's property works. So this is not irregular. This is a normal course of events for subdividing a parcel of land. And we have a lot of process and procedure that we have to go through to make sure that it's meeting all the requirements that are necessary of subdividing,
Martha,
which is what we're doing.
Your question was on the
access.
right-of-way, the access road owned by the town.
Sorry, did I
A
not?
little bit, because, yeah.
So what are you asking on the right-of-way,
I
for the
am-
access road?
Basically, one of my concerns here is the traffic going in and out from that exit, which I think is the appropriate exit. But want to make sure that the way that they go in and out is through Pennegill Road and then into the site. I don't want them going anywhere into the town roads.
Site
So
So-
I would say that would be relevant for the site plan.
Site plan. Thank you
itself.
very much,
Yep,
Jake.
not a problem. Anything else from the public? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. All right, we have a couple waivers to act on here. Kristen went through them. Do we want to take these all at once or one by one?
All at once.
All right, so I am looking for a motion to accept waivers 1 through 6 in the subdivision plan, and that neither of these waivers will result in an undue hardship on the owner of the affected property. I have a motion.
So
Can you
moved.
add,
Sorry.
can you add the one the applicant referenced, which is
3.09F.
3.09F?
Give it to me again. What is 3.09F? Is this one that was in for acceptance only?
Yeah, this is specific to providing design details as part of the site plan.
Okay, so they'll be addressed in the site plan itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will add 3.09. If I could get a motion, please.
So moved.
I have a motion from Jeff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Arthur. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. These waivers have been granted to include number 7, which is with regard to section 3.09. Do we want to act on the subdivision itself? I'd be looking for a motion to continue the a motion to approve the subdivision.
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. D. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from John. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. The subdivision of the one lot into 2 has been approved. With that, we're going to move on to the site plan. This is a public hearing for a site plan. Yes, sir.
Should we note that, I know, like, all our documentation says 162 Litchfield Road, but as of 2 minutes ago, that's no longer correct. Correct?
It's not technically, not until
Because
the
it's not
subdivision's
signed.
recorded.
Yeah.
Not until it's recorded.
Have to
Okay.
go through the whole,
Because after that, it'll be like 23 North Wentworth or whatever.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
yeah, once we get through.
So with that, I'm going to move on to the public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan and conditional use permits to permit an organic waste processing facility in the Gateway Business District at 162 Litchfield Road. Zone GB, Purpose Energy, Londonderry LLC is the applicant. Nicholas F. Codner Trust is the owner. This was also continued from January and February. We do have a few outstanding checklist items. I am looking for a motion to accept this as complete for acceptance purposes only, and that these items would then become a condition of approval.
There's three waivers that we can waive.
Those are waivers down the road, though. We're looking at
Okay,
we're looking at
those.
completeness. We have
Okay, I
3
got it.
checklist items that we're looking to waive for acceptance purposes only. That would then become a condition of approval. Do I have a motion? I have a motion from Jeff.
I'll second.
I have a second from Arthur. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Now that we are on to the site plan, I'll let you guys talk for a bit, and then we'll go to Kristen.
All right, I'm going to keep it fairly straightforward. I'm going to rely upon the information that Sean was able to provide last time, which really had a lot to do with the performance standards for commercial and industrial districts, specific to us being located in the Gateway Business District. That was talking about sound, traffic, odors. If there are additional questions that we receive from the audience, we'll be happy to reiterate any of those components. Relative to the items that were waived for completeness, I denote that one item was to provide an updated traffic report. So we have provided a traffic impact and access study. We have received some minor comments, what I mentioned as part of our opening, and we would be looking to incorporate that as a condition of approval.
Talk to me a little bit about your waivers.
Certainly. So the three waivers that are before you, I started to speak to these earlier, that being the parking landscape area requirement. This is whereby green spaces are required in and around large parking areas, mostly to reduce heat island effect. We don't have those. We don't have large parking areas, although we do have some large masses of pavement, but those are specifically designed for this facility, for ease of access because we have oversized vehicles coming in and out, and then also for police and fire apparatus, noting that both police and fire have provided their approval of the project, which was provided to staff. So relative to that first waiver, it's for the parking landscape area. The second one, and it's a fairly common one we bring before you, is to show trees with greater than 15-inch diameter on the site plan. It's a 50-acre lot. Once subdivided, we're looking at 15. Providing those trees that would be cleared and denoted on the plan as 15 inches of diameter or greater doesn't really provide a public benefit. So we'd be looking to waive that requirement. And then the third waiver is in regards to our parking generation. So what we've asked to do is use the Institute for Transportation Engineers parking guidelines versus the town regulations. There really isn't a use the town has in your parking calculations that fits this use. If we were to look at this building area, the building areas, which is a little less than 60,000 square feet, as warehouse, it would be 1 per 1,000, so approximately 60 spaces. If we looked at this as an assembling or testing or manufacturing facility, it'd be 1 in 800, which would require 74 parking spaces. IT has a land use code 110, which is for general light industrial, which requires 0.76 spaces per employee. So at 30 employees, that requires 23 spaces. This is a highly automated facility. We don't have the need. We have some bigger buildings, but that's in order for us to transfer the waste streams. It's not for additional employees. So the applicants have evaluated their parking needs against ITE to confirm that those are appropriate, and that waiver is being requested. And those are the three waivers that are associated with the site plan.
Fantastic. Kristen, do you have anything?
I think Nick summarized what they are asking for.
Okay.
Did you, I mean, there's also 2 conditional use permits. If you wanted to meet. There's also 2 conditional use permits if you wanted to go over those, or you
Yeah.
want to wait for that later.
Yeah, please. No, let's talk about them now, and then we can start to deliberate as a board here.
Okay.
If you can talk on the conditional use permit, what it is, what we need, what they're asking for.
Okay. So this is per the zoning ordinance, section 4614A, and this is for the work in the conservation overlay area.
What is the area of impact on the conservation overlay?
Let's see. It's approximately 8,937 square feet of permanent and 348 square feet of temporary wetland impact. And,
do we have a buffer impact?
yep, and then there is 117,210 square feet of buffer impacts for the construction of the facility.
Talk to me about buffer impacts. What do
Of course.
you have? What do you have?
We have this oddity of this long linear wetland finger which reaches into the site. So you end up, although the wetland in itself is fairly narrow, adding that buffer to both sides over a considerable length creates an excessive buffer impact. One of the things that was great when we met with the Conservation Commission was there was some institutional knowledge as to this site when this original subdivision took place, and the fact that this was purposely excluded from the airport access easement and was intended for future development. That the wetland functions and values were evaluated at that time They were evaluated again as part of this project, and that in that they were lower functioning wetlands, that the impacts to both the wetlands and to the buffer could be substantiated to make way for this project. There's a much larger wetland community located further south, which is within, well, the conservation easement, aptly put, that will remain in an unaltered state. From a site design standpoint, when we look at what those buffer impacts and those wetland impacts take place, these are essentially the headwaters to those wetlands, so it's feeding those wetlands. We've strategically placed our stormwater management areas, which act very similar to wetlands, to remove pollutants and to recharge our groundwater in the downstream areas of our site where they discharge to the remaining wetlands that then discharge off to the property. So we've maintained that hydraulic conductivity of the existing wetland and made sure we will continue to recharge the aquifer at a consistent rate.
Did we have a comment from the Conservation Commission on any of the impacts?
The chairman sitting in the audience.
Let me give staff a chance to answer it.
Let me just get to that sheet. I don't have it in my,
Do you, Marge, do you mind coming up and just discussing what any comments were from Conservation Commission?
Mr. Chair,
Kelly, do you have any idea what
they
comments were?
recommended approval of
Okay.
the buffer impacts as presented,
Okay, so they didn't really have any comment on it.
not for the site plan.
Okay, just strictly subdivision.
The subdivision comment was relevant, if I'm recalling correctly, to the signage,
Okay,
and
makes sense. Yeah,
basically being reasonable to not put the signs or monument the signs
okay,
in the middle of the woods where no one will even see them.
okay.
Okay.
So to be clear, Mr. Chair,
Yep.
it appears, I guess, that the Conservation Commission had no objection to the waiver,
Correct.
To the conditional use permit
the
that you're
conditional
considering
use
right
permit.
now.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is an industrial use. Do we have any sort of performance standard in our ordinance on the industrial use itself?
I don't think I'd have to look that up, but I don't have my book with me.
John or Kelly, do you know off the top of your head if there's any sort of performance standard for an industrial use here?
That I'm aware of.
So the applicant alluded to it a little bit. In the zoning ordinance, there are performance standards for commercial and industrial uses, and they primarily relate to noise, vibration, odor,
Yeah, okay.
things of that nature.
Yep.
And I believe that they have submitted essentially a response to each of those items. Thank you. Which I'll defer to them to speak to the details on.
Do you
but-
want to go through that?
Certainly.
You don't, Kelly, you don't happen to have whatever packet he has? in
It should
file?
be in the slideshow of everything that you have. So if you recall, when Sean and I were asked before you in January, he took the time to go through just to educate us all a little bit about who is Purpose Energy, who is Recycle Works, and then step through the process of how this facility would actually work. When we look at your performance standards for commercial and industrial districts, section 5.16 talks to vibration. No vibration shall be produced which is transmitted through the ground and is discernible without the aid of instruments or at any point beyond the lot line. Noise, all noise except that generated by normal automobile, truck, or railroad service shall be muffled so as not to be objectionable due to intermittence, beat frequency, or shrillness at property lines. Noise may not exceed a maximum of 75 decibels. And then there's also a subsection that talks to air pollution, which is a bit longer, and I won't read verbatim. Sean, would you do me the favor of, and I've
Maybe a
got
little
this-
bit on the air.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about air.
Sure.
On just the overall process, if you would, sir.
Is this working?
Yes.
Okay.
Just don't be afraid to talk.
I'm not afraid. So and I think the key thing to appreciate about the way we're going to run this is everything is covered on its way in. It enters a building and dumps into the building where it's covered. The waste is depackaged and makes a slurry that is pumped in a pipe underground and into tanks where it's covered. So and then when it leaves either as water, clean water, leaves as gas in a pipe. There will be some soils that are essentially the spent bacteria from our processing, leaves in a covered truck. And then there'll be recyclable materials that also leave in a covered truck. So this is not, there's not open lagoons, there's not composting, there's nothing that smells, everything is covered. It's processed, comes in, processes, goes into tanks, processes and leaves, all covered all the way through. We've invited folks to come and visit our facilities. Tony D was good enough to do that and can talk to the smells. Recycle Works facility is impeccable, and our digesters are all covered. They don't smell. And I think that's the primary concern. As to noise, we won't be any noisier than the other industrial activities that are around. We have trucks coming and going. That's pretty much it.
When you're talking on an open lagoon, you would be something similar to like a wastewater plant.
There's nothing like that.
There's
right.
none of that.
None.
So similar
Everything's
to like
covered.
what's off exit 4, you get those little pond-looking things out there. There's none of that.
These tanks are entirely enclosed.
Okay. We're talking performance standards. We've talked smell. What is the outline for? Is there a standard for smell?
I'm not aware of that, but I think isn't it a New Hampshire DES issue?
Can either of you two talk on that? Is there a standard for a smell coming from a site?
I'll just read what the zoning ordinance says.
Yeah.
So within that same section, 5.16.4, it says odors. It states any condition or operation which results in the creation of odors, such as intensity and character, as to be detrimental to health and welfare of the public, or which interferes unreasonably, Tony's favorite, unreasonably, with the comfort of the public, shall be removed, stopped, or so modified as to remove the odor. So as is typical with any regulation, it's
wide open.
somewhat open to interpretation.
Yeah.
I don't know if the applicant wants to speak further about how this applies to their
Before you do,
operation.
let me ask you this. Do you feel as though we have a method to address an odor coming from the building that is what would be considered unreasonable? We have a method to address that.
Well, our method to addressing any
Would obviously be code
Complaint.
enforcement.
is code enforcement, and then it's challenging to answer exactly how we would handle it because, other than to say, generally speaking, if we get a complaint, it's investigated and an assessment is made based on what the complaint states and what is observed by the enforcement officer, whether they're going to the site inspecting it, or whether or not there is a measuring tool to apply to an odor. I don't know the answer to that question, quite frankly. But I think my point is that if somebody complained about an odor and they made a claim that it came from this facility, we would follow an enforcement process to determine whether or not it's in fact from this facility, how to address it, if it is from the facility, and go from there. Now, I know this is one of the primary points of concern for the public, so I want to emphasize that the language in our zoning ordinance, as we're talking about, points out interferes unreasonably, and it doesn't explicitly state that it shall stop. It says shall be removed, stopped, or so modified as to remove the odor. So I guess what I'm saying is if somebody says they smell something coming from the site, we have to, one, determine if it's in fact from the site, and then if it in fact is, figure out if something has to be stopped, modified. I think you kind of understand what I'm getting at. So I know that's not a very straightforward answer, but that's how the regulation's written.
Do we have a way to further condition a smell?
I wouldn't advise going outside of how this is written, because I don't think that would be reasonable to impose from an enforcement standpoint or to the
Trying to
applicant.
figure out how to enforce it, I guess, is ultimately.
Well, I think it's what I was saying, in that this is part of the condition of the approval. They have to maintain compliance with section 5.16 performance standards, which includes the odor standard as it's written in the zoning ordinance. If there is an issue, it's handled through the code enforcement office, and it's investigated according to what the complaint is alleging. So
I think what would be part of it is how many people are complaining. I mean, to me, that.
No,
will
I mean, a
into it.
complaint's a
a
complaint.
complaint is a complaint. It's handled
Yeah.
as it's presented and investigated from there.
Tony, did you have something? I saw you kind of raise your hand 5 minutes ago.
So, as one person on this board, having studied the zoning regs for many of our meetings, the things that we're talking about here are codified, however you say it. There's a code in our regulations that says, for all intents and purposes, you can't do that. There was a process in place. If any business, and we've been through that with many businesses in town, you can't do that. They're doing it. There's a process for that. It goes to the zoning enforcement officer. Zoning enforcement officer is the one that does an investigation. And by the way, the zoning enforcement officer carries a badge. It's a real thing. And most people don't understand that, but it's a real thing, and can take steps to remedy. Is life a perfect world? Of course it isn't, but it is codified, and as a municipality, it's kind of the best that you can do. So I just want to throw that out there, that there is, and in fact, I don't know if Sean O'Neill is in the building tonight.
Okay.
Oh, I knew it was you. I was just testing. So, at one point, Mr. O'Neill, you said in a publication, and I'm going to need you to say it again to get it on camera. You said, "No one will see us, no one will hear us, and no one will smell us."
That's what I said last time I was here.
And could you say it again, please?
No one will see us, no one will smell us, and no one will hear us.
Thank you. And so we now have that on record. We now have codification of those things that we can remedy and take care of. And we have this board, which is going to make a decision one way or the other. So thank you for your patience.
Jeff?
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And I have a question regarding other communities. Where, obviously, with that statement, have they had any type of reports to their municipalities that the odor that they're smelling something from your facilities?
There are none. So we have 4 facilities I could mention.
That you know of, or
that I know of. I'm pretty sure that there have never been any, and I can give you a little bit more information on that.
Thank you.
So one is in St. Albans, Vermont, next to the Ben and Jerry's factory where they're making food. Generally, food makers don't want bad smells around the place people work. We've never had a complaint there. We're in an industrial part of Middlebury, which is a small town, much closer to kind of other development than we would be here. No complaint ever. We're in South Burlington, Vermont, which is that's much more urban than where we're going to be here. And we've been there for 15 years. We don't have any smell complaints. We built the digester for Fiddlehead Brewing. If you've had Fiddlehead beer, there's a pizza place next to the Fiddlehead digester. Our favorite thing to do to prove the smell point is take people to eat at the pizza place. It's great. You can have Fiddlehead beer. You don't smell the digester. So
Well, it could be the beer that.
could be the beer.
Probably getting more smell.
But with that, no, thank you. Could you also explain the trucks? So you said that the trucks are covered when you're taking out. Now, could you explain what exactly that means? What type of truck? What type of covered? How is it's covered? I'm assuming it's not just a pickup truck with one of those drawdowns things.
So I'm going to invite Dan Bornagario to come speak. He will manage the gate and all the trucks, so he's going to speak much more intelligently about that than I will.
Great.
Dan Bonagario, Recycle Works. So the trucks can really be broken down into three types, all of which are covered. First type, what we call collection vehicles. So those are servicing grocery stores. So all the Shaws and Aldi's in New Hampshire, picking up small containers there, collecting the organics, transporting that in a covered, sealed aluminum body to the facility. They'll back inside, close the door, and dump, open the door, truck leaves, nothing's ever exposed to the open air. The next type are bulk liquid tankers. So those are large tractor trailers that are essentially a vacuum tank on the back. A hose connects to the tank at the production facility, so that would be Lactalis. This facility now is a current customer. We back up, hook up a hose, pull a vacuum, fill up that tanker, transport it to the facility, offload via hose also. That's all under vacuum and completely sealed. The third type is like a dry van tractor trailer, so that's all palletized, roadworthy, shrink-wrapped product, so that's distribution center, off-spec or expired organic food from a distribution center, the Associated Grocers DC. When they have a pallet that goes out of code, they will load it onto the tractor trailer, doors close, heads to the site, doors open, backs up to a loading dock with an airlock on it, offloaded via forklift, all contained inside the facility at all times. So those are really the three ways that organics would enter the facility, all of which are closed to the outside air at all times.
Do the trucks have is there any impact with climate, like different climates? Obviously, winter, summer, humidity, that type. That's what I'm trying to, is there any impact, or is it throughout the year it's the same climate within that truck?
All sorts of problems running trucks in the wintertime, as you guys know very well. But in terms of the operation or the exposure to the elements, none at all. So they're all run the same way. We, swap out fluids, and any of the trucks that do have hydraulics in them have biodegradable hydraulic fluid. It's vegetable oil-based hydraulics in all of our trucks.
Okay.
So it's.
I was more or less kind of thinking through the contents of the truck, like if there's does humidity impact it at all, or
Like middle of August.
middle of August, middle of July.
When you're pumping out kind of
Basically, will the sun make it smell more?
No. Short answer, no. Everything smells a little bit more in the summer, but because everything's moving daily, you really get smells from stagnant product, which we don't have. It's going from the grocery store into the truck, on the truck to the facility. The trucks have pressure washers on them for anything at the store, and then the facility will have wash down capabilities and then collection capabilities for that water that will be fed to the digester.
So the trucks will never be, the operation of that plant, the trucks will never be stagnant?
Never at all. No, it should be less than 15 minutes of queuing time. We want them in and out of there. If they're stagnant, we're not running it well.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to remember from last time, and I did some research. So you're taking food and you're making energy out of it. So, and I know you can't guarantee this, but when there's more energy prices go down typically, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So from what I'm seeing here is we're taking bad food and we're making energy. And so I guess I'm trying to think as a citizen in the crowd, because there's a lot of people here. I'm trying to figure out, because we haven't heard from a lot of people yet, what could the possible problem be? Because the biggest problems that people have in town are taxes, which this will help taxes, and energy costs, which this is going to help energy costs. Right now, I'm trying to figure out, I'm waiting to hear from all these people because I don't see the other side of that. That's what I want to see. So right now, it sounds great, but and there's not going to be no smell. We won't hear you. We won't see you. We won't, So yeah. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on all that because it seems too good to be true.
Jake, are we in board comments? Or is this
Yeah,
still-
we're
Okay.
still talking. Mr. Rugg, you had one?
I think if anyone wants details on this, much more details than we heard here, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, Solid Waste Division, has a very easy process to get into to see the whole permitting process for this facility. There's all sorts of letter exchanges and everything that go back and forth. It's very thorough. You can learn all the details on anaerobic digestion. You'd be well educated on it, so I'd recommend you go on. I spent a good part of the day, thanks to John and our staff, pointing me in the right direction. I was close, but not quite there. But it is a very excellent website, and I would suggest that everyone go and view it. There's going to be stuff you probably don't understand, but I think you can find the science behind it if you take the time.
Mr. D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, we heard testimony at one of the meetings, I can't remember where it was, but somebody said something about there's going to be garbage trucks running through our neighborhoods. And so my question is, first of all, what's a garbage truck? What's the definition of a garbage truck? And number two, are there going to be garbage trucks in your facility?
No. So,
Okay.
short answer, no. This facility will not accept MSW, which is kind of the industry term for garbage. The only thing coming into this facility will be unwanted organic waste and packaged organic waste. There will be no garbage. There will be no commercial or residential recycling at this facility.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a follow-up. That's okay. So if I heard you correctly, you said something about a roll-up door going up, a truck going in, the roll-up door going down, offloading happening inside of the facility. When the truck is empty, the roll-up door goes up, the truck drives out. Is that a correct representation of what happens?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Jason?
So, I asked you a question last time you were here. I'm going to bring it up again because we've got more people, and,
Yeah.
and I want to make sure it gets on the record. I live direct line about 1.5 miles from this place, on a road that is no through trucks and sees 18-wheelers blow past it all day long.
Sure.
I want to make sure that your trucks will not be going on any roads they're not supposed to. So can you confirm with me on that?
Yes, absolutely. Confirmed.
I would like to, if possible, and I don't know if this is something we can do or not, but get something in the record that says that those trucks will only be coming in from the north, as opposed to coming down Harvey Road from the south, which is no through truck. I'm not saying I don't trust you, but businesses change hands.
Yeah.
People don't necessarily abide by what they say they're going to. So I want to get on the record that any trucks coming in will come in from the north and will not come from any roads that they're not supposed to be coming down.
And we'll exit from the north.
And yes, both exit and enter from the north, off Pettingill, and I can't remember what the other side of that is. But they will only come in from that way and exit to that way as well.
No problem at all. We'd accept that condition. in a heartbeat.
Can we get that in there? Is that something that?
So it's very similar, Jason, to what the requirement for Loomis. It's on Aviation
this was
Park.
Who blows up and down my road all day long?
There
So,
you go.
Yeah.
So again,
But,
that's, that shows you how much it works, though.
Yeah.
Right? So they put a sign as their drivers are leaving their site. They are only to head south on Harvey Road. And
Yeah.
the sign is only as good as.
Oh, I agree, but at least we've got something in there. You know?
Well, I mean,
Just to answer you, yes.
There's two things there.
Yep.
One, sounds like we have an issue with Loomis. Can we ask code enforcement to talk to Loomis about that? Because we do have a condition that gives us the ability to tell Loomis cut it out.
The resident should make a formal complaint.
You know how that works. That's it.
So moved.
So,
Seconded, yeah.
Instead of the resident making the formal complaint, can the board make the formal
I
complaint?
already wrote it down.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but just.
It's all right.
I want to
I got my
make
answer.
a clear
You didn't
answer.
cut me off.
So, yes, it can be a condition. That was the expectation anyways, is to provide signage on their private site, directing their drivers as to what they're supposed to do. From an enforcement standpoint, to your complaint point, if that, for some reason, is not occurring, the only way that we are able to address it is if somebody tells us through code enforcement, and then we would contact, in this instance, if they violate that requirement, Purpose Energy, and they would be responsible for correcting their drivers.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Do you have GPS trackers on your trucks?
Yes, every truck.
Do you track them? Do you know exactly where they are on every road? Are you able to provide to the town an audit, like a report out of that traffic, so potentially that it could be audited?
Yeah. Yeah, like if we set.
I don't know if that's, I mean.
Even better,
don't
is there a way,
necessarily
is there a way
Hold
that
on,
if
hold on,
they?
Hold on, hold
I'm
on,
sorry,
let one
sorry.
person talk at a time, please. Let's be professional. If we could, first of all, I want to kind of confirm with Kelly that
I
might
would
be
suggest
something.
that, I wouldn't place that as a formal condition. I would say that, given we understand that they have GPS tracking, if it were to become an issue and somebody complains, we would say,
I like that.
prove to us that you're not violating this, and they would, I assume, provide us that data at the time.
Yeah, I kind of, I like that better.
Because I'm not quite sure what we would do with the data.
Right. Right.
When we get it.
Yeah.
If there's no issue.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, it's good that
storage
we have GPS trackers, then if there's a complaint, we can easily kind of trust but verify.
Jason, do you have something?
Sorry about
Well,
that, Jason.
yeah, so what I was wondering is if with the GPS, and I should probably be closer here, if with the GPS, is there a way that if they go someplace they're not supposed to, it can notify them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the most direct, efficient route is the best for the business. And so what we do with the GPS is we can set custom routes. We can set roads that they're not supposed to go down or not allowed to go down. And if they do violate those, I forget what they're called, trip points, that their manager will get a notification. It goes down as a performance issue. Same with harsh braking, harsh cornering, all that kind of stuff. We have 42 trucks on the road, and we monitor them obsessively. Whatever the route regulations are, they will be followed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ann?
Where does the full trucks, where do they come from?
Sure. So, different types of food production, distribution, and retail distributions locations throughout New Hampshire. So the collection ones, grocery stores, Shaw's, Aldi, that kind of stuff. The bulk tankers are coming from production facilities. Lactalis is a good example of one. And then the dry van trailers are coming from beverage bottling plants. There's a large soda manufacturer in Londonderry, or distribution centers, the Associated Grocers Distribution Center, right down the road.
Okay, so it's local, a lot of local.
Yeah,
That's-
so what it's doing is really supporting New Hampshire's solid waste master plan to get that 1/3 of the trash stream that is organics, food and beverage waste, out of your landfills into this facility, which brings down disposal costs for citizens and gives the landfills a longer life for the state.
Okay, it's good to know it's benefiting the people of New Hampshire too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board on this?
Yeah, one.
Yep.
So the product that goes off the site, does that go out off in form of like compost or something to that effect?
That's exactly right. So I guess there's 4 ways that product leaves the site. Natural gas, which is wonderful for the energy grid, bringing energy costs down. Clean water, which meets the sewer standards, that Sean would speak to that a little more. The digestate, which is the compost leftovers of the process. And then there's a small bit of recyclable packaging and outthrows from the depackaging process that are all sent to recycling or landfill diversion.
I'll take 2 more seconds on the compost if that's okay, because that's a scary word to some folks. It's actually not it's the spent bacteria. And the thing about the digesters is they consume pretty much all the organics. What smells is an organic rotting, right? If the organics are gone, there's nothing really to smell. So it's actually not it's dewatered solids is the right way to describe this. It's the spent bacteria from our digesters with very little organics left in them to smell, and they're trucked away.
Thank you.
Where's it trucked?
Farms. Some composters might take it. It has NP and K, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium of about 6.5, so it's valuable. We
I
can
truck
sell it.
solid waste daily with French.
Let's talk.
So I understand. I was just wondering if we were sharing the same place or not.
So one thing I would like to point out is that the state has identified food waste as the #1 issue that it needs to resolve. Looking here, up to a quarter of the solid waste stream in New Hampshire is food waste, over 180,000 tons of food annually. Goes in, and again, it is the #1 thing that the state has identified. So if you're, with all the talk of landfills and obviously climate change, so neither here nor there, but I just wanted to point that out.
Anything else from the board?
Mr. Chair, if I
Before I
could
go to
just-
the public,
Yeah.
can I grab you, John, and you talk
Yeah.
about any outstanding
There's
items?
3 things that I really want to bring up.
Yeah.
One being that the traffic analysis that was done. Nick indicated that traffic reports, updated report's been done. It was dropped off today. I have not had an opportunity to look at it, and nor has the third-party consultant. Basically, what it is that the analysis that they've done thus far, again, there is a high truck trip generation that's going to happen out there, and there's a depreciation in what happens at the intersection of North Wentworth and Harvey Road. So what we've asked them to do is to take a look at, does it warrant turn lanes out there? Again, so that 3-way intersection, if you will, because North Wentworth comes out into a T onto Harvey Road. So again, we have not seen that. I don't have any comments to it. Nick says it's been addressed. Proof will be in the pudding. That's #1. The other item, though, too, regarding the traffic, they had not looked at all the other traffic that has transpired. So again, when we sit down with it, typically when we sit down with the consultant, we talk about all the other development that's occurred in town. The DEA building, that's gonna be a new trip generator. All that needs to be taken into account, not just their own facility. And we need current traffic counts. The traffic counts that were done were back when 60 Pettingill Road was developed. That was the high bay industrial building at the intersection of Pettingill, and it's been a little while. That's regarding traffic. Regarding the sanitary sewer, I know, again, we've been working with Sean, probably at least we're pushing 2 years now. We did do some continuous flow monitoring. The field data has been collected and has been completed. The initial review of the flow trends within the receiving sewer lines has been performed, and there's a potential concerns regarding the effect of the peak discharges to our system itself. So again, there is, I believe you people have a copy of the email that correspondence that occurred as recent as today. So right now, again, a more detailed analysis is in the process to evaluate what, if any, modifications will be required to the facility's proposed discharge method. Part of that also is that they are required to have an industrial discharge permit, an IDP. Again, that's what we do with that. We identify any of the constituents within the waste and what impact it may have on our system. Because obviously, we have limits. So they would be a customer to the town of Londonderry. Town of Londonderry is a customer to the city of Manchester. There's a lot of industry up there, Stonyfield, AES, I still call it AES, Granite Ridge, whatever you wanna call it. That's, y'all know what I'm talking about. So there's some significant flows, the methodology of that they're gonna be discharging into our system. They end up pumping up into our system. It's not a continuous discharge. So we've got some concerns. We're evaluating it, so it's still something yet to be flushed out. The last thing I want to.
Unintended.
I see what you did there. That was very clever.
Yeah.
Very clever.
I think, and the last thing I want to bring up though too is that since the January meeting, and I'll ask Sean, Stonyfield, you've kind of disassociated with Stonyfield at this time?
No, I wouldn't say that. It's just that ongoing negotiations, and they, in part because it's confidential, it's hard to, explain exactly the state of things. You're trying to figure out, all right, how much flow are you going to send, when, that type of thing. And so there's nothing finalized there. I can't sit here today and tell you we have something going with Stonyfield.
So that's what I'm saying. You're disassociated. It's the
No.
way Stonyfield is not tying into you
We're
at
not
this time.
asking for any permission for approvals of pipes to Stonyfield right now. If we do, we'll come back to you.
Got it?
Is that
Because in
inflow or
January-
outflow?
They would be inflow. They have waste from other places that will come by truck. It's just a question of whether and how we direct pipe, and we're not asking for that approval right now. We recognize that we'd have to come back with easements and show you that pipe and we'd get to see you again.
But in January, we're talking Stonyfield was tying in.
That's right.
So what we're
Thank
talking
you.
about are off-site improvements.
Correct.
For the purposes of this board. That's what we're
Correct.
talking about. Those aren't being asked for with this application. If they are to proceed with it, it requires a trip back to this board for review and approval.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Ann?
Is this a 24/7 operation? Okay.
So the bugs that are doing the work 24/7. The trucks are 6 to 6. Do I have that right?
Yes.
What are they?
The truck traffic is 6 to 6.
Okay, how many trucks an hour would be coming in and then leaving?
I don't know exactly what's in the traffic survey.
I can,
10 an hour,
mean,
maybe?
I can help a little
Typically
bit. So just from a traffic standpoint,
Okay.
your peak generation hour rules weren't met to even require a traffic study. We had less than 50 peak AM. We had less than 50 peak AM and less than 50 peak PM trips, period. Forget if it's traffic, passenger vehicle, they didn't exist. The reason why we ended up having to do a traffic study had to do with the background for truck trips, and that we were going to exceed 30% of the baseline. We needed to provide a traffic study to show that that wouldn't be an issue. So when we think about what we have as far as specific to trucks, I'll try and look it up from the study as we're sitting here, but it wasn't a significant amount,
So you're saying it's an average of 50 an hour,
less than
less than?
the peak
That's getting
PM.
confusing.
Yeah.
Your peak trips are no more than 50 an hour. 50, if they were over 50 an hour, what would happen?
If there was over 50, that would necessitate a full traffic impact and access study. Now, we ultimately had to do one because of our truck traffic.
Because although you're not 50 trips an hour, 30% of your trips are truck traffic.
Yes.
Which has required a more comprehensive study.
Yes, sir. And that is addressed in our response to the Stantec and staff memorandum, and acknowledging no one's had the opportunity to review that. So I'm just giving you guys kind of the preview as far as how we've addressed that. Specific to the comment on the background traffic, we actually used Stantec's 2023 memorandum for Pettingill Road as the baseline for those additional trips. It still needs to be vetted with staff to make sure we didn't miss anything. We've got a memo into them saying these were all the ones we used. Did we miss anything? And we'll make sure we update it accordingly.
Because again, we get into, there's been additional, things that actually have come to life.
Construction since.
You got it. Again, when we do a projection, we say, it might have a heartbeat, or might have a pulse, but until it has a heartbeat, it's like, okay, this is real. So,
So we'll go through with staff to make sure we've gotten everything. I believe as part of that 2023 study, they forecasted all these uses. I had the opportunity to sit down with our traffic group. Village on Technology Hill was one of those uses, to make sure that all that traffic was incorporated. Again, to John's point, if we miss something, make sure it gets included.
So, the traffic studies consistently and regularly totally confuse everyone.
It's fair.
There is nobody that's not confused by a traffic study except maybe the professionals who do it for a living. So, let me try and unpack it a little bit. Let's say, for example, it was the number that came out was 50. Okay? We're not saying, you're not saying, I don't think you're saying, tell me what you're saying. If it's 50 trucks, that's a truck a minute, every hour from 6 to 6. I know that's not true because I've been sitting up in this board for a long time. But they don't know that, and the people that are watching here don't know that, and some of the people who are new on this board don't know that.
He only owns 43.
So so you understand where I'm going. So you got to break that out and help the uninitiated through no fault of their own. If you don't do this for a living, you don't know. And so please blow that up for me, please. Whichever.
When I start and you finish, if there's something that.
Because again, Tony, it's always the peak hours.
Yep.
So again, it's.
I know that. I'm fully aware.
So for everyone's edification, peak hour trips represent the highest volume of traffic generated by a site or on a roadway during the busiest 60-minute period, typically 7 to 9 or 4 to 6. So ITE, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, uses that as their baseline. So when we're
7 to 9, 4 to 6.
Yep. In some cases, you'll have a peak hour of a generator. Maybe you have shift work or otherwise. It takes place at an off-peak time. And as part of a traffic study, we'll be asked to evaluate that too. So that way you're always getting the worst-case scenario as far as the trips generated. So I'll read a little bit from our conclusions and see if that helps. From the existing conditions, existing background traffic volumes in the study area are moderate, with all intersections operating at overall level service of B or better. From a trip generation standpoint, this is what we were just talking about, the project generates a total of 44 AM peak hour trips and 48 PM peak hour trips for the full build of the site. In addition, site trips are distributed in multiple directions, reducing the number of trips in downstream intersections. From an operational consideration, let's look at North Wentworth and at Harvey. In opening in future years, the northbound and southbound movements function favorably in all scenarios. The eastbound left turn experiences some delay, with about 5 seconds added in opening year and less than 19 seconds in the future year for build conditions. So future year, we're talking 10 years in the future. We extrapolate the traffic and say, all right, how much traffic is going to be added? We increase our traffic load so that we can then look at those intersections as a forecasted event. Again, forecasted like the weather. It's not a perfect science, but at least gives us some indication if there's going to be trouble at any of those intersections. So the maximum queue at the North Wentworth approach is 3 cars, which does not impact any driveways along that road. So meaning any driveway along North Wentworth Ave, as we approach that intersection, the queuing of those vehicles would not restrict the ability for somebody to get out of one of those driveways. At Harvey and Pettingill, in both opening and future year, AM and PM peak hours, the signalized intersection can accommodate the project with a maximum of about 5 seconds of increased delay to any movement and 1 car added to the queue. So just from a perspective standpoint, if we have those trucks on the road or otherwise, we're looking at that potential delay of an additional 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and thank you, Nick, for that clarification, but I want to put a bow around it, and I know you're itching, and your head's going to blow off, but I got to do this. Please be patient. I'm not, so I respect what you're going through. So the number 40, peak hour, but peak hours, that's 2 hours 40. And that number came out of a book. Right, is that fair to say? That came out of a traffic study volume book or
International something.
international whatever on traffic for a typical site like this. It's not actual.
The trip generation, yes, it's based on a calculated value from a book that's
From a-
then applied to the intersections, correct?
Right, and so now, the actual, before your head blows off, we can get into that, because you said earlier how many trucks you had, so the book may not make sense, and sometimes it doesn't when we're in these situations, so please.
So, the number 40 sounds really scary. If you break it down into kind of the busiest peak hour, 25 employee cars, 4 trucks, which represents 8 trips, 1 in, 1 out, the IT guy, 2 trips, the uniform guy, and the food cart. That gets you 38 trips in an hour of a very normal standard business of just employees driving to work, a couple trucks in and out, a few service vehicles. There's 38 of your absolute maximum 40. What it'll really end up being in all reality is 3-4 trucks an hour and employees coming and going, and IT, uniform services, the food cart, and other industrial and commercial services. But these numbers sound very scary. 1, because they include all trips on and off the property, and 2, because they double count coming and going. But the real impact on the day-to-day life and the traffic flows, especially given strict adherence to any trucking rules that are given, should be very minimal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want to verify something. All your trucks would be coming in from the north on Harvey Road, going south, and going into the road connecting to your place, and leaving, they'll be going, if you're going to Harvey Road, you'll be taking a left and going north, correct? Okay. Well, we got to remember also, peak hour is peak hour for so many work people, going, morning, night, same thing, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You had to do an additional traffic study because of volume of truck traffic being more than 30%.
Yeah,
The additional traffic study, is it just a study of trucks, or it's the entire thing?
Yep, so you guys have a couple different forms of traffic studies, traffic light. There's a short traffic study, which is more of a trip generation memorandum, so we understand the distribution of the traffic. And then there's a full traffic impacts and access study. We're evaluating each one of those intersections, level of service, in some cases, lane needs or otherwise. So no, it wasn't just truck traffic. We evaluate all traffic.
Okay. Anything else from the board? John, Kristen, anything before I go to the public?
We didn't talk about the second conditional use permit.
Okay.
So, there's a second one for, dimensional relief from the minimum required 150 feet of frontage under, the GB district. So, that's just another one that you need to
You're
consider.
talking 150 feet of
It's
roadway
less-
frontage?
Yeah, it's less than, so you need to consider that as well.
Do you know what the frontage is, the actual frontage is?
I want to say it was like 62 and a half feet, something like that.
It's just under 63 feet in its
Yeah.
current condition.
And that is on North Wentworth?
In its current
That's
state.
Correct. Okay. Anything before I go to the public?
No, that one item, though, one person's opinion is that's a housekeeping item that we deal with
All the time.
all the time.
Yeah.
It's not unusual. This could be, I was actually looking at the standard today, this could be considered a backlot development.
Correct.
Which would then totally negate the frontage need anyway,
Correct.
and so it is what it is. This is not unusual, that one particular thing.
Cancels out.
Exactly, Arthur, it does. It does, and that's why the backlot regulations are there for something like this.
There's always something gets stuck
Yes.
back.
All right, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the public. If you could come up, state your name and address on the podium here, and the floor is yours.
Really?
Hello, my name's Steve Botcher, 31 Yellowstone Drive in Londonderry. And I was just wondering, I noticed that gas has been mentioned a couple of times. What kind of gas? How is that going to be transported? what is it being transported through and going and all that kind of thing. That's one question. I'll wait for the second.
If go through your questions, and
All
then
right.
I'll let them answer. And if you could just address them to me. I know it sounds a little confusing,
Oh, okay.
but talk to
Sorry.
me, not them.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
So, like, I also noticed that fertilizers are mentioned too. Now, fertilizers, of course, they are very flammable and they do generate a lot of odors usually, but apparently you're going to have systems to lock that down. And just like a little more clarification of what that is. And did notice in one of our reports here about the stormwater thing, you're asking to waive that, and also the sewer line. Wondering how that's going to be handled and where is it going, and I believe you had mentioned that before. So just, I haven't heard any clarification as to what's going to happen with that.
John, I want you to start.
Can I just help? What you're reading from, though, is that's from the subdivision?
That's from the memorandum from today.
Yeah, but what is it relating to, sir? Is it relating to the subdivision?
Oh, I don't know, it was written by, yes, it is.
Yeah, so again, what's happening is, in order for him, he's got to, all those things are typically required prior to the subdividing the lot, but he's addressing those in the site plan portion.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
So they were waived in the subdivision. They're being addressed at the site plan.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, I wasn't clear on that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's the end of my questions for now. Thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll address gas and not quite fertilizer, but so gas, as these organics digest, the bugs eat them, they create methane. Methane is the same molecule that's in the natural gas that you cook with. Same, molecularly exactly the same. When it comes out of the digester, it needs to be cleaned up. The primary cleanup is getting rid of CO2. So there's methane and CO2. About 65% of what we get is methane, 35% is CO2. So we have to clean the gas. It's in our digesters at very low pressure. So this is not like a storage vessel or something. We're not storing gas on site. It comes out at very low pressure. It goes into a cleanup system that then pumps it over to, after it's cleaned up, the CO2 is released into the air. The cleaned gas, the methane, goes over to a what they call a metering station that Liberty owns, and Liberty then injects it into the gas pipeline. Now, Liberty has a system where if something's wrong with the gas for whatever reason, it could go to a flare if there's some kind of emergency. We do have a flare. That flare is only for absolute emergencies. We anticipate it running hours a year, like very small amount of time. It's just for an emergency. There's no gas storage on site. There's not something that can blow up in that regard. So hopefully that's clearer. The fertilizer is not, I mentioned that it has fertilizer value. What comes out of our digester is the spent bacteria. So it's comparable to the bugs in your stomach. The spent bacteria become a solid. They come out in the liquid and they get dewatered. So we filter all those solid spent bacteria out. They look like a fluffy dirt, and they have fertilizer value in the form of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But what smells in fertilizer is usually ammonia, which we're not going to have. Very limited nitrogen in this. Or rotting organics. And since the digester is processing the organics, there's nothing really to smell. If you were to get a handful of our soils, it smells like soil. It doesn't smell like, waste material.
And to answer the other question, so relative to the waiver for stormwater, that is just specific to the subdivision. We provided a comprehensive stormwater management report as part of the site plan. That's also reviewed by the state as part of the Alteration of Terrain Bureau. They've reviewed and approved that as well. And from the sewer standpoint, the discharge is going into the municipal sewer system.
Thank you. All right, anything else from the public?
Are you taking just questions, or can I read a statement, or
The floor is yours, sir.
whatever I want to do? Okay,
Yep.
good.
Well, within reason.
Where do you live?
No singing.
So, Mike Syracuse, 170 Litchfield Road. With regard to the Business Gateway District, according to the statement from the town, it's a very broad definition offering nearly endless categories of structures and businesses to be built. As defined by the town, this definition is too broad to be considered something that could be used to classify a business or structure that does not fit. So concentrating on the purpose as stated, it is to be an introduction to our town. I'm not sure that a biogas plant qualifies that, especially on a kind of a dead-end road, no throughway. That's obviously just a minimal item. So, let me see. Moving on from that, as a neighbor, heard we won't hear them. Those of us that live in the area heard the same information with the airport expansion. We're not going to hear them. And then they started cutting the trees down, and we heard the tree cutting in the airport. Then they started the construction. We heard the construction, the vehicles, the tree cutting, and the airport. So if I can hear the trucks constantly at FW Webb, and this is the same distance or closer, I'm certainly going to hear the trucks coming and going all the time from there as well. The biggest issue, obviously, is the smell. That's what everybody's concerned about. While I'm willing to accept, and I'm sure everybody else is, that the plant may, when operating at 100% efficiency, have no problems with any odor. And I'll contend that that is the way it is expected to run all the time. But obviously, we are human beings, and we're not perfect, nor are mechanics. So there are several conditions or issues that may cause odor to come out of a biogas plant. Let me see. Sorry, I lost my place. Improper temperature boilers, vats, storage tanks, broken temperature sensors, control modules, failure of hydraulic or mechanical valve assemblies, cog pipes, filters, screens, storage tanks, electrical or mechanical failures, issues with one of the many computer systems or software employed to manage the operations of the plant. In addition, environmental factors such as rapid changes in weather, temperature or humidity, excessive moisture from rain or snow, excessive wind, and other naturally occurring weather events. Lastly, simple human error. We're all human beings, and we can make mistakes, and can have serious consequences for the people that live nearby this plant. From the Eco-RI News, a plant that by my review appears to be similar in nature to the plant being proposed here, is a story about Johnston anaerobic digester odors in Johnston, Rhode Island. Story is available online. I urge the board to review this news article to verify that what I'm saying tonight is accurate. Excuse me. I chose this story because the plant is fairly recent and located within a reasonable distance to Londonderry, but there are plenty more of this type of story out there for you to look up. Johnston plant was opened in mid-2022. By August 2023, a little more than a year later, local businesses began complaining of an odor coming from the plant. It should be noted that this plant was located amongst other commercial businesses and not close to homes and down the street from a landfill, which seems like a more appropriate location for this type of plant. The businesses complained of an odor so strong that it was permeating in their buildings, customers would not stay. The businesses and often had to send employees home with complaints of headaches and nausea. Many of the complaints were of an odor described as strong toxic chemical and gas smell. After weeks of complaints, the Department of Energy Management visited the plant September 13th. Department employees were not able to remain on site because of the strong odor, and the inspectors left in a hurry. Follow-up inspection on the 18th found the inspector could not remain on site for more than a few minutes and had to immediately leave. Remediation plan was requested of the plant, who issued their plan on September 28th. In that plan, the plant blamed the issue on channeling within the facility's biofilter, believed to be related to heavy rains that occurred August 19th. So 5 weeks later, issue had not been fixed and had been blamed on heavy rain. I guess we don't have to worry because we don't have heavy rain in Londonderry ever.
Can happen though.
Despite the plan being in place to remediate the odor, the complaints continued. December 22nd, 4 months later, Department of Energy Management fined the plant for failing to remediate the odor. The last update on this story is a reporter going to one of the impacted businesses in mid-January 2024, now 5 months after the excessive rain. The smell was still present. The business stated that the odors continue. Sometimes it's worse in the morning, sometimes worse at night, or when it is, quote, wet outside. I doubt that the technology has changed that drastically in the last couple of years to claim that something in the plant's design or operation is now obsolete, and this plant is incapable of failure and or not subject to weather impact or human error. The Rhode Island plant is surrounded by commercial businesses down the street from a landfill. This location that's proposed, relatively close to people's homes, where we raise our children. These homes are 40, 50, 60 years old or older. They're not airtight. When an odor is emitted from this plant, it will get into the houses, our homes, and there is no way for us to get that smell back out again without significant expenditure. I know we can't stay in our homes if that smell happens, gets into our house. We can't live there with headaches and nausea. I know I don't possess the financial means to go and stay at a hotel for however long it takes to mitigate the problem. So I don't want to speak for all of my neighbors, but I certainly can't afford to take my family and leave for an extended period of time. So should the odors enter the home and permeate the wood fibers or insulation, the cost to make my home habitable again would be far more than I could afford. I did call my homeowner's insurance company to ask about if such an issue would occur. Is there coverage in my plan? There is not, and is not offered, so I can't even buy the coverage for it. Our property values will be impacted purely by the fact that this plant is built. Our values have already been impacted by the ever-growing commercial zone to our immediate north. Not that it's been reflected in the assessed value of our homes for property taxes, but the impact is tangible. A significant failure at the plant causing odor and or hazardous gases to permeate our homes could lead to financial ruin for a lot of us that live in the area. I personally lack the savings to go through something like this, and there is no way for me to pay for any mitigation that may be needed should a significant issue occur. In my own life, both personal and professional, I'm not a risk-averse person, but I am risk-aware. This plan poses health, safety, quality of life, and financial risk to my family with zero reward. The proposed plan has no positives for me or my family. There's only risk, and that's purely negative. I would ask the board to consider the same risk versus reward regarding the project. What is the risk to residents of this town, specifically those of us that live in the area? What are the residents going to get out of this? What positives are we going to see, if any? If you make a list of pros and cons, I'm guessing you're going to find much more on the cons list than you will on the pros list. It is my hope and my feeling that the operators of this plant will look for a more suitable location that is amongst other commercial businesses and not in such close proximity to homes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to me about remediation. What if it does smell?
So I have a few thoughts on that. So the first thing you should know is that our founder likes to say a lot of people have built digesters, but very few have built more than one. That's because there are people in our industry who build digesters and they don't work or they have problems. I wouldn't begin to know how rainwater could cause a problem in our digesters. They're entirely enclosed. So something is absolutely wrong with that. I strongly suspect it's somebody's first digester. Our first digester was built 15 years ago and it's never gone down. Now, what can happen if you overfeed a digester, you don't manage its loading rate properly, it can pickle and you have to drain it. That also would be done by offloading into tanks and things like that. Remediation, we actually have to provide money, a fund to the state for decommissioning our digester, and we have to post that with the state. So if anything like it was suggested were to happen to us, I can't imagine how it would happen, but let's just say it happened. The state would probably shut us down, and they've already made us post money for the remediation. So, I would think that the best predictor of future performance is the past. I've invited residents, and that if we need to do it, I need to post another invitation. I did send one round to take people to Vermont to get them comfortable. I'll buy the pizza to see a digester in action and smell it, and see that these things have been up for a lot of years. They run fine. They're not a worry. We would not continue to get hired, and you'd be able to go on websites in Vermont of residents complaining. If any of this was true of us, you won't find it. We don't have any complaints on us. And the South Burlington one is closer to populations than this one will be. So I totally understand the concerns, and I looked up while he was talking the Rhode Island facility. It looks like a shocker, and everything he said looks like it's true. It's just not true of us. I mean, lots of businesses can misoperate. You need to look at us. I think I would recommend looking at us as, look at your past performance, look at the prior communities we've worked in, come visit our plants. I think you'll feel a lot better.
Thank you.
Clarification?
Yep.
Did you say that the state made you post a bond?
No, we have to fund several $100,000 to drain and close everything down. So if anything were to happen to us and we go bust or there's a problem, we've already posted the money for that cleanup.
So in my language, if a catastrophic event happened and you guys were bankrupt or whatever calamity it was, the state has money to hire somebody to come in and decommission
Yes.
what you built.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else from the public?
Sean Craig, 29 Yellowstone Drive, right next to Steve. Jumping off what the last gentleman just said, it's not just Johnston, Rhode Island. Recently, another company in Wrightstown, Wisconsin, BC Organics, opened up in 2022. 3 years since it's opened. They've complained it smells every day since it's opened. Another one in Lynchburg, Tennessee, the Jack Daniels Distillery. Company owned Three Rivers Energy. People complain of foul smell so bad that it was left on their clothes when they leave, when they walk around. Not only that, they had a tank eruption, causing thousands of material to spew into neighborhoods, causing road damage, power lines, infrastructure damage. High school complained of foul smell and nausea miles from the Jack Daniels distillery. Teachers and students were affected, nausea, had to go home. I live 1,000 feet right now. High school is how far away? 2 miles? 3 miles? Not even. All these communities were promised nothing bad would come. But from what I've read so far, it's nothing but bad. So, negatives. There's too many negatives to outweigh the pros. Other than revenue, tax revenue, what I ask you guys, what benefit does the town have for this company coming in? That's it.
Thank you. You want to talk on any of the ones that he just discussed?
Sure. So 2 other things to point out. I mean, we know the Three Rivers one well, the Jack Daniels one. First digester. They may not get to build another. We could have told them that design was not going to work. But anyway, so that one did have problems. You can't judge our business by other people's businesses. So I guess I would add, with respect to the Wisconsin one, I don't know that one well, but a lot of digesters are manure digesters. They take cow manure and they digest it, and they produce a digestate that isn't dewatered. And so you get basically, for lack of a better word, it's partially digested manure, watery manure that they have to spread on fields. It's not pleasant. We don't take any manure. We dewater all of our solids. So if you live near a manure digester in Wisconsin, it wouldn't smell good. That's just not what we do. So I think there's thousands of digesters in the U.S. The vast majority of them are manure ones. You could point to failures in any industry and go, well, you're going to be like this one. All I can tell you is we have a track record. Our owner, we're in the midst of our 12th digester. Our track record is fantastic. We're on a dense island of Hawaii where we built a digester for Kona Brewing. They reclaim water. They perform so well, they reclaim the water out of it and use it for cleaning the brewery. You would hear about us if that digester didn't work well. You would be able to go learn about the smells or the problems we were creating. I welcome folks to look up and see if you can find bad news about us. We have a much longer track record than any of the companies that have been mentioned as having failures. A lot of people fail with their first one. They haven't done it before. Again, I'd welcome, and I will personally take folks to visit the ones in Vermont. I think they'll feel, I don't know if we can show the that clip at all of the PBS.
Let's get through public comment
Okay.
first.
I'd like to tour the one in Hawaii.
Clearing your offer as to where.
Yeah. Before
Hey,
you
town's
come
gonna
up,
be
there
it.
was a lady behind you somewhere that tried coming up a minute ago.
There she is.
If you want to come on up.
There's a great batch of M&Ms.
Hi, I'm Susan Steenson. I live at 217 Winding Pond Road. I just want to clarify a few things. So you said the only waste that's going to be coming in is food waste or things produced as a byproduct of like Stonyfield yogurt or places like that. Can you decide in the future to bring in manure or sewage or gunk from drain traps or anything like that?
Go ahead.
So, under permit, I think we'd have to ask the state, first of all, but we're not designed to take it. Our digester would not perform well, and it does something very important to that fertilizer that comes out. It becomes what they call a Class B. It's a different class of sludge. It becomes MSW, municipal, or not MSW, well, maybe it is. It's municipal sludge, which is very hard to get rid of. We avoid that stuff like the plague. It's bad for our business. We don't want to be near it.
What about, so you said the water, the decanted water from
Yes.
the process, it goes into the sewage system? You hooked up to something somewhere?
We design our plants, so published on your website is the standards for, well, it's Londonderry standards, but it's Manchester's wastewater plant. It tells us how much BOD, which is biological oxygen demand, how much nitrogen, all those things are allowed per milligram or per milliliter of water, per liter of water. We design our plants to meet that standard, and we will be tested, and we'll get penalties if we don't meet it.
Okay. And the solids that you have that, nobody wants, what do you do with those? How do
We
they-
sell them.
Okay.
People want them.
So they're not going to go into a landfill, or they may not?
I mean, they wouldn't harm a landfill, but I don't think it'd be a good use of the space. You'd want it to go on a farm field.
Okay. And you said that the trucks that are either tanker or trucks that the substance that's going into them, if it's coming from grocery stores, et cetera, it's wrapped, and it's not just, let's throw some lettuce and everything else into the truck, and which would be a garbage truck in my opinion. That's the transportation.
Just for speed, I'll try to answer that, and Dan may add to it. Most of the waste we're taking has to be depackaged. The whole process that they do is called depackaging, so it's coming in wrapped in something. It might be in a can, it might be in a bottle,
All right.
or it's wrapped
So
plastic.
it's not exposed to, yeah, okay. Let's see, what other questions did I have? What monitoring do you have to do of what's brought in for contaminants or anything that they're not supposed to send to you? And anything that comes out of your plant, how do you monitor, what do you monitor for?
Good questions. So we have various sensors that are in the pipes of our system, because our own biology, the way your own stomach is sensitive to what it's going into it, our bugs are sensitive. So we have to know if something's gone in there that shouldn't be. So we have probes that measure the organic strength. They test for various materials that could cause problems for our bugs, and that's on the way in.
Okay.
On the way out, the state will require us to test our soils, and we have to get a license to sell them. The water gets tested in a manhole that John's going to make us put in with probes in it that actually we don't test, they test, but we have to facilitate that. They're coming to test in the manhole. So pretty much the ins have to get tested so that it doesn't damage our system. The outs have to get tested so it doesn't damage your environment.
Okay. And you said that there's no storage on site, but it takes, I thought I read 15 days to get through the process of the digestion, so I'm sure you have a way, obviously, to monitor what's coming in, how much you can work on, and
So we have a what's called a flow equalization tank to make sure that we're feeding at a steady rate. And then to digest, we have a term we use called residence time. That refers to how long a piece of food's got to stay in that digester to get fully decomposed and make all the gas. We don't want to release it when it's still full of organics because it will smell, and we're losing money because we want the gas.
Right.
So that residence time it's not, you could call it storage, but for us it's processing time.
And I believe I know, are you from DES? Oh, no, you're not. Okay, sorry. But, so if there is an escape of odor, it could be made to investigate it, or somebody would have to come in and investigate it, but I mean, you can't enforce an odor. And the only recourse would be to ask you to mitigate it, identify it, what's causing it, and how to mitigate it and get, stop it. And you said you've been very good about wherever you've been, that there haven't been complaints as to your process goes. Any chances that you're selling the company anytime soon?
So Purpose Energy, and I hope I stay with Purpose Energy. The Purpose Energy could be sold. Any company could be sold.
Right.
But the people who run it day to day and live with it and design the plants, our CEO won't leave. So and the reputation of our founder is he's a New Hampshire guy. We're a local company. We're headquartered in Salem. So if we cause a problem, people won't have very far to go to find us. We're down right off of, it's exit 2, the Ananda building. So you can find us there. My wife is from Londonderry, so if I screw anything up here, I'm going to hear it for the rest of my life.
Not just from her.
Her first.
Anything else from the public?
John Saucy, 3 Aspen Circle. I just want to reiterate some of the facts. We investigated all the facilities, and nobody was 100%. They all had the smell. Some more than others. The one in Rhode Island was very serious. That gentleman that wrote that article owns the building. He did have to have his employees leave numerous times. They're being fined $15,000 a month. Ooh-wee. They haven't corrected it, and they continue to pay their $15,000 a month. They probably can afford it. You said in any of your facilities, you've never had an odor, correct?
We have polymers we use to dewater. Like an odor is a subjective thing. All I could do is invite you to come to one. I'll take you.
That's great. But again, have you ever had a complaint on odors?
Never had a complaint on odor that I am aware of.
You
and I looked.
mentioned that your Vermont facility, you do have one on a farm.
4. They're none on farms. We don't do farm digesters. They're either next to food companies or they're in industrial parks. Some are near residential. The South
So you
South
don't
Portland-
manure or any of that?
We don't do manure.
Okay. You're very confident in that there's not going to be, would you be willing to put up a bond or something should you have a problem that you'd pay the residents of Brook Park State on a monthly basis?
You have recourse through the courts if we cause a
Oh,
problem.
no. You're asking us to hire a lawyer.
Excuse me,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chair.
Yeah.
Tony.
Don't.
Settle
Thank
down.
you.
you're borderline well beyond anything that has to do with site plan regulations.
Well, it's a concern of the community. So if there is a mistake made and they back what they're saying, then they can back it up with money to Brook Park State residents that'll suffer as a result of the smell.
That would be beyond this board.
But his answer was hire a lawyer. That's his lawyer. That's his answer.
No, he said.
I mean, there's a law that dictates
Yeah.
the appeal and recourse for residents or anybody else that has an issue with the facility. That is why the response is you may seek legal representation at that time.
I'm very familiar that I did that for years with AIG.
So that's
I
the
know about
factual
all that.
legal answer.
So now I'm going to say it to you. If you believe them, that we're not going to suffer, fine. But I want you to use your minds, your hearts, and your common sense. If you lived in our community, you're in your forever home, and this happens to us, it devaluates our homes. It prevents us from going out with the family and grilling and having fun in the pool and playing in the backyards, and we're stuck. We're stuck. Kelly said that, hey, you can investigate the smell and stuff, but I didn't see real serious recourse on that because I don't think it's well defined. As far as your recourse is concerned, that was pretty obvious. As a result, we continue to suffer. I know it's important to bring in tax bases in this community, totally understand it, been here since '79, but is this the right fit for Londonderry? Put yourself living in my community, over 100 homes, some just 1,000 yards away, and then they have to live with this. And they've been there and they invested in their homes, and this is their forever homes, as I call it. The community's done a great deal in cleaning up. We got the park where the kids play. Everything would go south. Our lives would change forever. So if you think this is necessary for our tax base, come live in our homes. Understand what we're going to put up with. Understand what it could do to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly? You had something?
Just to the point about no recourse when it comes to an enforcement matter, if it is founded, there are fines and monies at stake, if you will, that the town would impose on the applicant in this instance.
Do we have any fine schedule or structure?
We do. It's through our code enforcement process, and it's dictated in state law. I believe it's $275 for the first day, $550 per day thereafter, until they come into compliance.
Okay. When we get to.
Thank you.
I was just going to ask her. Okay.
What? Go ahead.
No, I just want to ask on that topic, is there a way to, if it causes an issue, like through our regulations, not courts and everything else, just shut the plant down?
They submit a complaint and it's founded, then we'll follow that enforcement process, which dictates fines and fee schedules that need to be adhered to.
But it could lead to it getting shut down as well, correct?
I think what he's asking is if they can afford the fine, and they're just figuring it into the cost of doing business, and they're just gonna roll with the punches.
Yeah,
I think that's what he's ultimately asking,
there
right?
is an end all that the courts decide.
What's the end all?
That a judge would need to determine that. A judge would need to state whether or not they're shutting it down and paying the
So it's not the type of
fines.
thing that John can walk in and say, shut this place down.
You would need a court decision ultimately for that.
Okay.
But there's all, I got to finish this up because there's other things at stake. Because if it goes into failure, there's a better than average chance that the federal and state permits are in violation as well. Not to mention the wastewater permits and all the others. If that happens, then there's recourse there as well.
Yeah.
Not just locally.
And I should
It
clarify
goes
what I'm
beyond
talking
local.
about. The code enforcement process is a municipal process. The
Yeah.
town is following through with whatever the complaint was and following its process, whoever complained is not incurring a fee. The town is going through our process, utilizing our staff, and my assumption would be, if we go through the courts, that we would ask whoever the applicant is that the complaint is against, that they incur the attorney's fees. That's what we typically do. So that is a municipal enforcement process that's followed, not something that has to be initiated by a private resident.
Ray, real quick, before you talk, Ari, you looked like you had something to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I just use that microphone before you for a moment? I'll be quick. Promise you. I'm Ari Pollack, the attorney for the applicant. I only rise because the question was raised. The remedies for the municipality are statutory. They're the fines that were mentioned. Attorney's fees can be collected from a violating party, as well as the issuance of a cease and desist order to shut down the activity that is alleged to be violating the municipal codes. The other comment that was made is, of course, accurate as well, which is there are multiple levels of authority and review. So if there's a state permit that's violated, the state has similar remedies as well as the feds for their permitting. And so, yes, the town has recourse, and obviously any complaint can be investigated, and if it's found to be true, action can be taken.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ray.
Thank you, Ari.
Ray Burslin, 3 Gary Drive. And I just want to mention, I'm speaking as a private citizen, but I don't know, some people may not realize I'm on the utility committee, I'm on the water subcommittee, and I'm on the sewer and solid waste committee, okay? I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking as a citizen, okay? And we've heard a lot here this evening. A lot of people, citizens, have concerns. And a lot of the concerns is, what is the benefit to the town of Londonderry and the citizens? And that needs to be something that takes in, you take into account. You've heard a lot here, okay? As far as the biodigester, I think that's a great idea. Taking food waste out of the stream that's going to landfills, that's a great idea. But the impacts also have to be concerned, okay? The impacts on our roads, we're talking about a lot of trucks coming in. I would like to find out whether all these trucks are coming only from the state of New Hampshire, or are some of the trucks coming from out of state? I would like to know that. But we're impacted with a lot of things here, and taxes are one of them. A lot of people are getting to the point where they're wondering whether they can afford to live here. But where are you going? Because wherever you go, you're going to run the same thing. Our impacts on roads. We're talking about Pettingham Road, increasing the length of it, put additional lanes in because of the traffic we have right now. And now we're going to have more traffic, and we're not even sure how much traffic is going to be. How many trucks? We've heard about a traffic study. Traffic studies can be a little confusing. I'm not sure there's been one that's accurate. I think the town should do their own, actually, personally. But all of this impact, and we're talking about, wait a minute, the traffic study about cars coming and going. The people who are working there, they're going to work there. They're not leaving during the day to go to lunch, I don't think. Maybe they are. So most of it is going to be truck impact. And truck impact, if we're talking about large trucks, diesel trucks, we're talking about the air. Wait a minute, we're talking about these buildings where we come in and they unload. Okay, so now you have fumes in the building. Are you going to have any
ventilation?
Ventilation, that's the word I was looking for. In the building. And if the ventilation is going out, where's it going? It goes to the atmosphere. Natural gas, methane. Methane has to be cleaned before it's put into a natural gas line. There's a process for that. And sometimes it has to be flared off. That happens. Do we really want to see that? Probably it's not going to happen very much. But sometimes it does. Because if it doesn't meet the right standards, it's pretty much got to be flared off. My point is this. There's an awful lot of impact. And I don't see much benefit for the town of Londonderry outside of impact that we're going to have to deal with. A lot of that potentially is going to be put on the burden of the taxpayers. So I'm concerned about the benefit for the town of Londonderry. Once again, I'm not against biodigesters. I'm not against taking food waste out of the stream that would go to a landfill. That's all good. I have another question, and that is, I'm concerned about water. I'm concerned about stormwater runoff. I'm concerned about whether there's going to be a parking area, there's going to be an area where these trucks are going to come in. Are any of the trucks going to be staying there? They're immediately going to leave. I think they're going to come in and leave. I think that's what I heard. But this particular area, if you were to look into it, is actually an area of concern for water. We have some real concerns for water in this town that we're trying to deal with. And that particular area, up around the airport, is also an aquifer. There's also a small stream up there, I think it's called Horse Trail Tail or something like that feeds directly into the Merrimack River. And all the water that goes into the Merrimack River then has to be cleaned up and put back in the pipes as clean drinking water. I think we have a lot to be concerned with here. I think you've heard it from a lot of the citizens, and the balance is between impact, good impact for the town, and bad impact for the town. And the company seems like a very good company that's had very good success in the past in different places, and I can appreciate that. Personally, I'd like to go to see one of them. But these are really serious decisions that we need to make. And I would like to hear more from what the benefit is to the town of Londonderry. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Smith. I'm a consultant with the Purpose Energy Project and also a resident of the community at 6 King Philip Drive. And by the way, Ray says he speaks as a citizen. He actually speaks as a citizen of the year, I think, right? Right? Volunteer of the year. Volunteer of the year. Sorry about that. I appreciate the concerns raised by the citizens and the residents who are here this evening. Certainly any concerns about odors are reasonable in nature. I'd like to offer the board a couple of real-life anecdotes about how the town's ordinance on this particular matter on odors has actually been enforced in the past. Way back in the day when I occupied the TMC, we had a complaint from a resident whereby another resident in the neighborhood who owned one of these food trucks was firing the truck up at 6 a.m. in the morning and firing up their slow roasting barbecue cooker. It was a barbecue food truck. The irony is that some of the residents loved the barbecue smell in the neighborhood, but some did not. But it did smell. And so the zoning officer and myself went down at 6 a.m. one morning to see for ourselves or smell for ourselves whether or not you could smell it, and you could. And ultimately what resulted from that is that the owner of the truck was made to move the truck off the premises outside of the neighborhood if they were going to be starting up the slow cooker, because ultimately they were found to be in violation of the town's odor ordinance. We had a similar issue with another resident who owned livestock off of Beacon Street, and the residents were complaining of odors coming from that as well. Same type of thing. It was investigated. It was found that they were in violation, and eventually that situation ended up being resolved as well. So I guess my point is that if our zoning office is willing to go after food trucks and livestock, if this is emanating odors, I have no doubt in my mind that they will follow up thoroughly, investigate it, and take the proper action that is given to them through the zoning ordinance. We did have a situation of another business who was in violation of the zoning code, not for odors, but for other reasons. And they refused to come into compliance. And we did take them to court. We took them to Superior Court. They knew at that moment we were very serious about shutting them down. And that case was settled quickly. They conceded to a number of provisions. And so that also resolved itself as well. The other thing I would offer is that prior to taking on the consulting role with this project, I went and visited their facility, the Recycle Works facility in Braintree. It legitimately is in the middle of a residential neighborhood. In fact, I thought I was lost when I got there because I thought there's no way it could be here. And then when I even found the building, it did not appear to be what I thought it was going to look like. It was on a humid 85-degree day. And not only were there no smells emanating from outside the building, there were no smells even inside the building. So I feel pretty confident that they have the track record and will stand by it when they say there aren't going to be odors emanating from this facility. But in the unlikely situation that they do, I also feel pretty confident that our town has the proper tools in the toolbox to address it swiftly and efficiently to bring them into compliance, along with whatever the state would decide to do in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public?
Good luck.
Frank Donlin, 10 Woodside Drive. Just to clarify, I guess, isn't the guy that's selling the property the code enforcement guy for the smell?
No.
No?
We have,
Oh, he's, okay.
we
I
have a
just-
code enforcement officer that is a separate position.
That's a separate position, okay, but they're in the same town offices? Okay, so there's no conflict there. Is there, I actually sent an email today to Kelly, and I wanted to see about a conditional use permit. I wanted to see if that's something we could look into to kind of, you know, hold their feet to the fire, because, I mean, everybody's, it's great when they're all promising that it'll be good, everything will be good, but when it goes bad, like we've heard a lot of people say, what happens then? Where's the remedy? So I was curious today, and I emailed Kelly and Kristen, and I asked about a conditional use permit. And maybe you guys can talk a little bit about getting one of those to kind of hold their feet to the fire on smell and on noise and on, you know, ash, maybe if something comes up and burns off or any of that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts on a conditional use permit to, you know, if this goes forward, to get that in place?
I guess I wouldn't really understand how that would.
I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry. I'm assuming you're Mr. Donlin?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, I did respond to his email, but I think,
Get it, so.
okay, it's around about 6:30 PM. But I think what he's asking for is a condition of approval, not a conditional use permit. And
Yeah, I
in
guess-
short, my response was, if I'm interpreting they asked correctly, then it's already addressed by way of what we've been talking about this entire time, which is
code
the
enforcement.
performance standards, and then if those are not met, through the code enforcement process. So you already have a condition
Yeah.
of this review that dictates they need to follow those standards, and then if they don't, there's an enforcement process.
Anything else from the public?
Marie Coons, 2 Aspen Circle. You already answered quite a few of the questions I had thought of. One thing is, what is your water source going to be? And also, in researching this biogas issue online, hydrogen sulfide is one of the gases that came up that needs to be dealt with. I'm wondering if that is a concern to you guys or not. You did not mention it when you were mentioning other things. Also, how is the sludge that's at the end of the process, how is that going to be disposed of? And you guys basically answered everything else. Also, will this facility get inspected or monitored in some way to make sure they are following all the rules and regulations? And that's all I have for questions.
I'll start with monitoring inspections. Our last one here. Is there any inspection process? Is the state involved in any sort of inspections?
The state has the right to inspect us, I believe, at any time. We have to keep log books. We have to submit our operation and maintenance plan. We have to submit a closure plan. By the way, all of those things are in the office, the planning office. As part of posting our solid waste permit, we had to put all those plans and
Correct.
materials up there. I don't know if the state has a regular cycle of doing that. There aren't many facilities like this in the state, so I suspect that they will exercise. I know they have the right to come anytime they want.
Anything else on her questions?
Yes, so hydrants, good questions, both of them on water and hydrogen sulfide. So water, we won't take a lot of fresh water from the town. We have maybe a little bit for employees and sanitary. We'll be adding net water because the water that comes out of our process will be cleaned up and go to the sewer system, but it won't be water coming, generally won't be coming from your water supply.
Okay, so you'll be putting water into,
Yeah.
clean water into.
Right, well, it'll go up to the Manchester wastewater plant.
And what about the hydrogen sulfide?
So there are trace amounts of hydrogen sulfide that come out of gas when you clean it. That goes into a specific vessel where it is absorbed into carbon and taken off-site. So it will not go into the air.
It doesn't go into the air at all?
Doesn't go into the air. It gets soaked up into this carbon media that gets regularly replenished and hauled away.
Oh, okay.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the public?
Hi, Patricia Robbins, 532 Mammoth Road. I have to go let the dog out, so could we answer the question about how this benefits the town other than tax revenue and how often you burn the methane off?
So I can't really speak on tax revenue because I don't know that that's necessarily.
Well, it's not going to help our property taxes
I
go.
don't know that that's necessarily a planning board purview type thing. I mean, we're here to talk about regulations and if it meets it, not.
But it's been asked
You know what I
several
mean,
times
Kelly?
how it
This-
benefits the town, how it benefits
This
us.
board's focus is on
I understand.
regulatory compliance.
Correct. I understand what you're asking. It's not. The planning board discusses regulations and if a site plan meets a regulation.
So who answers the question for
Council.
that?
No?
Who do I ask?
Council?
What is, I guess, is the question, what is the tax revenue from the project?
No, how does it benefit
How
the
does it
citizens, the
benefit the
town?
citizens
the-
of Londonderry?
So in my view, the benefit is whatever the revenue from the tax, what's brought in from the project. That
Right, but
is a
that's for the
benefit.
town, that doesn't help my property
Well, it does-
taxes, right?
Okay, I'm not-
Right?
But that's a
it-
very subjective
Yeah,
question.
and that's why we stay kind of away from it, because again, I understand what you're asking,
Yeah.
but you need to understand that we as a board work on regulations.
Yeah.
There's no regulation about what the benefit is to the town of Londonderry, to the board. We have
But
to sit
doesn't
here,
it- but
we
don't-
have to sit here and look at, okay, has the application adhered to what the site plan rules and regulations
Mm-hmm.
are for the town of Londonderry? That's our job, that's our purpose.
Right.
That is the point of this board, of which is a quasi-judicial board. We work on fact of site plans and subdivisions, not feelings of,
But somewhere in the
No.
process, there should be a benefit for the town besides
And-
tax revenue.
we're not even focusing on tax revenue really, though we've discussed it. It's not inside of what we are here to discuss, which is, does this follow the site plan rules and regulations for the town of Londonderry?
Okay.
If I were to talk about feelings and how I benefit something, or how something benefits the town of Londonderry, I can think of plenty things that have come to this board, like very high income or high density housing that I don't feel benefits the town of Londonderry. I can't make a decision based on the fact that I don't like it. I don't like, for instance, high density housing in most apartments and stuff like that. That's not a regulation. I'm here to look at what the regulation is. If it fits into the regulation, if it meets the regulation, if it meets the standard, doesn't matter what I think about it. Because we work off of what the regulations are.
Okay, and then can you answer the other gentleman's question about how often they burn off
Yes,
methane?
You guys, I will let you answer.
I will answer that. So, the answer is as rarely as possible. So a critical source of our revenue is selling that gas. If we're burning it, we're burning money. So it is a extreme circumstance. If for whatever reason we're off spec for what goes into the Liberty pipeline, we have to fix it immediately because we're losing money every minute. So it would be an extreme circumstance. It's just not. It also is shrouded, so you won't be able to see it.
Okay.
If it's burning, you won't see it.
All right.
In fact, it's another circumstance of you won't see us, hear us, or smell us.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, did you have something?
No, I was just going to say, when you take something subjective like, does it benefit, right? What one person thinks benefits a town, another person is steadfastly against. And if you start approving or denying things based on whether I think it benefits, or Jake thinks it benefits, or you thinks it benefits, that opens up, that developer can then turn around and say, well, you denied my request based on something subjective that you can't prove. And that opens us up to liability. So the idea of we reject something based on our collective feeling of whether it benefits or not is not a standard that can hold up in court.
I think,
Tony?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you need to go even further, Jason, you're right, but you need to go even further down into the base and recognize the fact that back whenever the town council or the administrative body of the town zoned the land, right? They were the ones that had to approve and say, this land is commercial, this land is residential, this land is whatever. Following that, what that meant. What does residential land mean? What does commercial land mean? What does industrial land mean? And there's a whole list of things that are allowed, that are, and it's called are permitted, which is another word for allowed in specific zones, right? And in our subdivision plan books, which some of you look online, but I have this color hair, and so I have it all printed out into little books. This is the subdivision plan. There is a list of all of the different kinds of zones in the town. AR1, R3, C1, C2. I'm not going to go through all of them. And all of those are here that says what you can build in that zone. Okay? We are talking about the GB zone, right? And that also has its own set of regulations and allowable uses, things that can be put there. Now, we also have to understand, and I've said this a lot over the past years, we have to understand that the owner of the land in any of these projects that we look at is owned by somebody who's paying taxes to the town of Londonderry. Many times we have seen at this board, in fact, more often than not, it's probably an old-time local person who bought the land instead of buying stocks and is now ready to sell the land to cash out and retire. That happened on a massive parcel of land in Londonderry that is still being processed, for lack of a better term. So state law, the RSAs, say that you, as a town, as a municipality, must honor what you have on the books, which protects two groups of people. It protects the owner and it protects the developer, because the developer is going by a set of standards. You cannot, according to the state of New Hampshire's laws and regulations, you cannot have the rules and regulations and allowable uses for a piece of land and say, you know what, we don't like that. And if you do that, you're going to end up in court. And that has happened, and 100% of the time, the town has lost. This town, other towns in our area, one who's very close to our area is in court all the time. I can't even imagine their legal bills, but the point is, because they're doing things like that, they're saying, no, we're not feeling it. We're not feeling it. And the applicant is saying, yeah, but your rules and regulations say we can. And they go, yeah, sorry, we're not feeling it. Now you end up in court, you lose, and there's severe ramifications that happen as a result of that. So the process and to your point, Mr. Chair, what we are looking at are points of law, rules and regulations, and we're looking at two sides of an issue, right? And to be clear, these ordinances, the zoning ordinances, were put in to protect the citizens of Londonderry. The divisions of that, we weren't involved in. Well, maybe Arthur, because he's older than all of us. But he might have been involved. I did that just so he'd wake up. But it might.
Thanks, Tony.
He might have been. He might have been involved in it. I'm not sure. But back in the day, predating zoning, it was a mess. You could have a manufacturing plant next to somebody's house, and nobody could do anything about it. And so these zones and people who are buying land, what do you do? What do we do? What we do is we follow the ordinances, we follow the RSAs to try and protect the municipality as a whole from incurring fees due to litigation. So a little bit of a primer. I could go on for longer, but it's not necessary. It's important to get that out on the table so that that people understand whether we like it or not. And I will never say, because it's not part of my role here as one person on this board that I take very, very seriously, I would never play my cards on whether I liked it or not, because it's not a valid thing. It's not a valid position to have an opinion. It meets the point of law, it doesn't meet the point of law, it meets the zoning, it doesn't meet the zoning. Very simple. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on one sec. Brian?
Yeah, so, thank you, Tony. Yeah, so it's our job that I see is for us to hear all these plans, work with people like Tony that know all the regulations. I'm still getting there. And try to see, okay, does this meet regulations? Does it not? And so one of the residents actually mentioned, gee, maybe there's got to be another spot in town. So I was like, you know what? I'm curious. I put it in AI and said, I figure it has food going into it and power going out. Show me where food, where the good place for this to be would be. And it actually gave me the North Wentworth Ave, because I didn't even know this. There's a power plant, a gas power plant right there, and obviously Stonyfield. I know they can't confirm or deny what their future plans are. I know some were alluded to tonight, but I understand the concern. But if we're going to have it in town, in my opinion, this is the place to put it.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Did you close public comment?
No, I didn't. I'm going
It's
back
still,
in.
Thank you.
it's still open.
I'd like to ask
Thank
a
you.
I
question.
want to go back to the public and then we'll come-
Everybody else has been doing it. I've had my
Arthur's
hand
check.
up for the last 4 minutes.
And can you let me get through the public? Do you want to talk now, or do you want to? Can I get through the public?
Sure,
or would
go
you like to
ahead.
talk now? Which
Go
one do you wanna
ahead.
do? Is there anybody before this gentleman comes back up that hasn't had an opportunity to talk that would like to? Yes, sir.
Alan Law, 13 Woodside Drive. I guess one of the biggest things that I have concerned here is a gas manufacturing plant right in line with an airport runway. Is there any concerns about zoning as far as the FAA is concerned about if there's a catastrophic event at this gas facility, something happens, what's the blast radius? How far is this going to affect everybody around it? And is that going to shut down the airport?
Did you have any FAA permitting that you needed to do
Yep.
for it?
FAA permits have been filed and received.
So you filed with the FAA on the project, and you've received approval from the FAA on the project?
Correct.
It's in their application before the state and everything, and the airport's import. So they have had, they've weighed in on it.
And
No problems.
for a little perspective on this, there's a different volume of gas lines, right? There's transmission lines, and then there's distribution lines. We're going into a distribution line at very low pressure. And while I'm proud that we'll supply enough gas for somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 homes, New Hampshire homes, it's a very minuscule amount. There's a stub line that comes off the transmission line, which is a vast volume of gas that goes to the power plant. It's the gas line and the gas volume that goes to your combined cycle natural gas power plant is thousands of times bigger than our line in terms of the volume it takes. So we're minuscule. We're not a threat anywhere close to what, say, your power plant is.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, come on up, sir.
I just want to clarify what you said. So basically, here's what you said. Everything we have said to you, you will not take into consideration.
No.
Your job is simply to see whether
My job is to follow regulation.
So everything we've said here is not even going to be taken into consideration.
I don't think you can say that. Is there
Just-
anything
just
here
say
that
it,
you've-
yes or
is
no.
there anything here that you've discussed that is not on feeling of something? Is there anything here that you've discussed and has said, this is not following our regulation?
So the fact that we don't feel this is for Londonderry makes no difference. Everything we've said really.
Is there a regulation
Just
that
yes or no.
says, is there a regulation in here that says, how do you feel about something? Is there any regulation inside of our site
I'm
plan
just trying to
regulations?
define your job. I'm not doing
No,
battle
you're-
with you here.
You're not trying to define my job. You're trying to pick us apart.
No, I'm
We
not.
we have one thing we do. We follow regulation. Find me a regulation inside of our regulations that say, how do you feel about this project?
Take it down a bit. This is all I'm saying.
I'm asking you a
There's no
question.
reason. Can I talk?
Can you find me the regulation that says, how do you feel about this?
That's not what I'm defining. What I'm saying is, for my clarity, I had no idea that all this that we've presented was moot, that it's not something you do. From what you just said, I now understand that. I'm not picking you apart. I'm not picking on anyone. There's been a lot of pleas up here about the way people feel and how we think it's going to affect our community. Simply put, if you'd told us this in the beginning of our first time here, nobody would be here. Because we're wasting our, not your fault, I understand your job, but we wouldn't be here because it's a moot issue. That's anything we presented, because it's not a regulation, can't be taken into consideration. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Sean?
Yeah. So I think this is important because I empathize with this. I empathize with everything that you've been saying. I empathize with, waiting in the room. There's a lot of people that came out are really passionate about this. And it's as much as this may seem like a waste of time, I think it's a good thing to get out for the community, because unfortunately this is not the only night this happens. And we have to, it's not even, do we care about what you have to say? Because I deeply care about what everybody in here has to say and how they're feeling and what could happen to your property, your house, it smells making it unlivable. But when it comes down to what can we consider, and what you said back, it seems like you understand that, but I think we've got to get that out to more people.
I only understood it when you started talking about the regulations and what you do here.
But I think, we have to get that out to more people, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding that we approved something within the regulation because we like it. And that has nothing to do with it. It's just, does this follow the law? Does it not follow the law? And we can look through different parts and go, how does that? And some of the questions I think are very appropriate. Like the airport question is, you want to know what happened. And then you find out a permit was filed with the FAA.
Marge.
And then you get your question answered that way, and there's assurances in the process to cover some of these contingencies. And I think those are valuable questions too as well. But as far as us for considerations, it's purely law-based. And then that's all we can do at this level.
I just understood that. So
Thank you.
That's it.
I want to keep moving on. Anything else from the public?
Just a quick question on that.
Please come to this first.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
As far as the board is concerned, I think everybody's in the same boat. We didn't know the purpose. Why do we get notified and informed that as an abutter, we can testify? We don't know to look up regulations, so it kind of seems moot to send us a letter saying, as an abutter, you can testify, but, I mean, what is the point? I would like to know the reason for that,
It's a law and a regulation.
Our law requires us to notify. Again, we work on law.
Well, the notification I get.
Our law requires us to notify abutters of development going on abutting their property.
Yeah.
So
But
that's-
it says
that's
the
exactly what
right to testify, but it doesn't say right to testify about regulation or something else. Obviously, our personal opinions are what we're going to testify about. So I don't understand the point of saying you have the right to testify if it doesn't matter.
I don't think it necessarily doesn't matter. It's just what we can interpret.
Jake, no, I'm not saying that you put no weight on what we feel. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, if you put in the letter, you can testify about, tell us something more than you can just testify. You said, have a regulatory question, issue, whatever it may be, then a lot of us, I think, would have maybe done a bit more research and be better prepared instead of looking at the type of facility and what we can comment about that. And I just think we would have had a better opportunity to maybe bring something that was more valuable. So.
I would end with this. It is, we can't tell you what you can testify on. You could come up here and tell us all to go pound sand, and I'd listen to it all night long, because you have every right to say what you'd like to say. So I can't necessarily, we can't dictate what you can testify about,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
But, no, it makes perfect sense. And for those of us that haven't been here before, now we know this, which we wouldn't have known before. And just saying you can testify, none of us knew what we were supposed to have for information, so I appreciate
sir.
the clarification, so
I
thank you.
appreciate it.
I think it's time.
Anything else from the public before I close up public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. Jeff?
I have a follow-up question for the applicant. So there was a lot of testimony tonight about odors and such like that. And my initial questions also stemmed on that aspect. There was questions about having the, when it gets to where it gets to financial ruin and stuff like that. Do your facilities monitor odor output? Both odor that you can smell and odorless aspects, because I would think that your facility should be sophisticated enough to identify the problem at the root cause before it becomes our community's problem.
Right. So I'll break that into two pieces. Odor, the smell odor is subjective.
Actually, can I just clarify?
Sure.
So I'm thinking, I apologize, and thank you for starting. I just want to clarify, when I hear testimony saying odors could cause, a headache or nausea or some other physical ailment, is there, and I'm not an odor scientist by any stretch of the means, but is there any types of mechanisms that can predict or, okay, this is approaching failure, this is kind of getting to a point of this gas, we know that this gas, if it gets out into our community, our residents are going to have some type of reaction to it. What I'm trying to get at is if there is a type of barometer or measurement or something that, I'm just did a Google search and there's something, I don't know how effective it is. Again, it's not my cup of tea here, but how do you guys measure this?
Right. So the only thing I can think of that is an immediate danger is the H2S that was mentioned, and we have sensors for that. So if that would alarm, and we would know immediately something was wrong. So you asked about sensors, that, and there's an odor to that too. But we have, and that's a very sensitive sensor because it's gas you have to keep track of.
And if the sensor goes off, you know that there's a potential problem that's
Yes,
percolating.
it has to get remedied immediately.
Carbon and chloride. Carbon and chloride for H2S too.
Right.
Yeah.
So so you need sulfur, right? So it comes from sulfur, and it's produced by a specific bacteria. So as far as the subjective side of smell, we have employees that man these all day long.
Mm-hmm.
If we had a chance, I could show you the clip. PBS did a pretty nice feature on us in a news show about our St. Albans digester that serves Ben and Jerry's. You can see a guy in a lab who's testing our water. He's monitoring stuff all day long. We have labs in the building that are testing things all the time. We have to produce reports. One of the things that John asked us for was show us the effluent reports. Actually, I guess it was Bob Carey asked for us to send some effluent reports from other digesters. And I could only share what those wastewater plants track for. So they wanted to know, TSS, total soluble solids, right? They wanted to know nitrogen. And so we produce those reports daily. So there's lots of things that the regulations make us track. Sometimes it's a local regulation. Sometimes it's a state regulation. The state is tracking us for our solid waste permit. A bunch of things they made us answer were what what do you produce that could pass the perimeter of your property? And the answer was really nothing, but you have to go through all the concentrations. We're still working on our air quality permit, and we won't get our solid waste permit done until we've satisfied the air quality permit. So there's things the state makes us do that go far beyond what you have to enforce here. I don't know if that helps.
No, I mean, it does. I think, kind of just thinking through that. And I think you answered my question.
I would add one more thing, which is we're in business to grow and do these in other places. A lot of towns are eager for these to come because we help out the local wastewater plant in some cases, not so much here. Some places we're actually taking the burden off the local wastewater plant. We're allowing the local businesses to grow. Dannon's yogurt plant in Ohio is going to add jobs, make more yogurt because we're building next to them. They've visited our plants. They know that we don't smell. They know we're going to be able to serve their needs. If we had a bad track record, we wouldn't get hired, and you'd look us up, and we'd look like these guys who got mentioned at the podium.
No, I do agree with that statement. I'm definitely just looking for kind of just a simple monitor that says this is outside of kind of normal operations. We're going to have an issue if we don't address it today, or like at this moment. We're
also going to be a community member, and we're going to hire here. So if we're going to take quite seriously if somebody
I'm just looking
says
for an alarm that goes off.
There's no alarm for this smells bad to me. But if it smells bad to a bunch of neighbors, we're going to fix it. We already have odor control measures in our.
So you don't have there's no standards of odor.
Not for this smells bad to me. Again, for all the reasons you pointed out, it's subjective.
Yeah, if it smells bad to you, might not smell bad to me.
Well, I'm not saying, but if it has any type of smell. I'm just trying to kind of. All right, nope. You answered my question.
Mr. Chair, I believe Ann had a question earlier, and there was one correction I wanted to make to an earlier comment.
Go ahead.
Did you want to make the correction to?
It was asked earlier about the amount of green space. 25% is required. We're providing 64% on the lot. That equates to 9.6 acres. The area that's being left in its natural condition is approximately 3.6 acres. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that.
Thank you. Ann.
Thank you. I had a question. This situation may never happen, but I was just wondering, if there is an issue, can the plant be shut down quickly without any danger from shutting it down quickly? I don't know.
It's a good question. I mean, it is a stomach. The plant is not full of chemicals. It's full of partially digested food. If you had to shut it down, you have to drain it. So you literally bring in trucks, and the same way it's fully enclosed now, it would be fully enclosed in a truck, and you'd have to drain it and recommission it. That means you bring in new bugs, you refill it. We've never had to do this because when we commission a plant, it doesn't go down. Like I told you, the plant we commissioned 15 years ago in South Burlington, Vermont, has never gone down. It's never had a smell problem. So we've been at this a long time. We've never had these problems. But if you did, you'd drain it. You'd fill the trucks, tankers of trucks, they'd take it away, and you start again.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to just buy a bunch of bottles of Tums and just throw them in the...
I would
say
probably
it's a stomach. That's what I do.
I think I might run afoul of John's regulations. I might get in trouble.
Process, Tony.
It's
a good idea. I certainly keep them around.
Patent pending. I'm not sure if that's an option.
Anything else, Ann?
No, that's it.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, just as a general statement, public comment is very important. I will tell you tonight that on 4 different occasions, because of a comment that was made in public comment, it triggered something in this crazy brain that I had, and it caused me to ask a question that I hadn't thought of before. And so the public comment is extremely valuable. I would also say and remind this board and others that while it's ordinance and RSA enforced, there have been many projects that have come to us in a format other than a formal application, where
we have said, wow, to get that in that zone, you're going to have to go through a lot of hoops. And many of those we never see again. There also have been some recently, within the last year and a half or so, where because of traffic concerns, which we can have some comment on, projects have stopped and left and never followed through with the rest of the process. And so to say that public comment is not valuable is wrong. To say that we don't listen to public comment, I think, is wrong. And to say that we don't do anything with the public comment, I also think is wrong. Now, I would like a clarification from a piece of public comment that came in that said we're only 1,000 feet away. It seems to me it's got to be farther, because 1,000 feet, a house that's 1,000 feet of this would intimate that these digesters are right on the lot line.
It's 1,800 feet to the lot
1,800 to
line.
the lot line.
And then you've
So
got
it's-
beyond that.
So the testimony that was given that said we're only 1,000 feet away is
Wasn't
not
right.
true.
Yeah.
Is that, is that,
Yeah, it's 1,800 to the
1,800
lot, to the lot
it's
line.
1,800 feet to the lot
And then
line,
whatever that distance is to the digester.
and then another 50 feet, 100 feet, whatever it is. It's got to be a 15-foot setback, then another 50 feet or whatever it is. So I just,
2,000 feet.
yeah, so whatever. Another person asked about, and I believe we heard that we're only taking New Hampshire waste, New Hampshire trucks, New Hampshire, am I wrong? Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that.
For incoming inflow?
Yeah, for the first stage.
Please stand, please. Thank you.
Dan Bonigario, Recycle Works. The plan right now is all New Hampshire-based waste.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to make sure that I heard that correct. Now, I also want to say, and it was mentioned, so, yes, I did go on one of the look-see tours. It was the same one that Mr. Smith talked about earlier. I did want to say on the record that he was late for that meeting as well.
Because I couldn't find it.
But it's because your mother told you to follow your nose and there was no smell. But I will say that what I saw, and in my lifetime, and I've been so fortunate to have lots of different careers and lots of different experiences or whatever, and I've spent a lot of my youth that I'm not going to get into in warehouses. And I will tell you that I spent many days in grocery, what they called then back rooms, which before the advent of large warehousing, every grocery store had a back room where they had a week's full of groceries or 2 weeks full of groceries to restock the shelves. Now, in modern times, you have grocery stores sometimes getting 2 or 3 deliveries a day, sometimes more, in the multi-million-dollar a day stores. And I can tell you that I went into a recycling plant that was cleaner than most of the grocery store back rooms that I was in. Now, I will also tell you, because of how the operation works, we were not allowed to have our phones out because there was some proprietary stuff going on. But I can tell you, I saw pallets of soft drinks, for example. And those pallets of soft drinks in the can were going to go into a special machine that smashed up the cans, and then the fluid drained down in all enclosed into collectors that went to a magical place that connected to a hose in a truck, and it was unbelievable. And this is what happens when you have
and help me out, shake your head when I make a mistake. This is what happens when you have, when product is stale dated, because the manufacturers won't put it on the shelf because it's bad for their brand to do that. And so you have, in this case, millions and millions of cans, probably, I'm guessing, on a monthly basis, going in, getting crushed, fluids going one way, the crushed cans are going another way, and what I saw was a very clean, very well-run family operation, which in my life, anytime I dealt with a family operation, it was all good. So I just wanted to let you know that I did do that, and I'm glad that I did it and had an opportunity to see it, and that's my opinion on what I saw. So I hope that helps the board.
All right. Kristen, we have a couple things that we have to work on. What are we working on here before an approval?
3 waivers, I believe, Mr. Chair. And then I think 2 CUPs.
You have 2 CUPs that we talked about before, and then the site plan approval or decision.
All right, so we have some
and
wait.
you did the waivers already, right?
No.
Okay, so then 2.
Okay. All right. We have 3 waivers. One is to internal landscaping, the other one's to parking spaces, and then the other one is to trees greater than 15 inches. How does the board want to act on these 3 waivers, together or separately?
We can do them together.
All right. I am looking for a motion to grant waivers 1 through 3 on this site plan.
Okay, the memo was dated today from Kristen. So I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Motion for Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Cruz. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. These 3 waivers have been granted. We have a conditional use permit that I'm looking for a motion to grant. Conditional use permit for conservation overlay district buffer reduction, approximately 8,937 square feet of permanent and 348 square feet of temporary wetland impacts, and 117,210 square feet of buffer impacts for the construction of an approximately 11.23 acre organic waste processing facility.
I move that, Mr. Chair.
Can we add the truck?
This is conditional use permit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry, yes.
So I have a motion from Mr. Rugg.
Second.
Who gave me a second?
Ryan.
A second from Ryan. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And this conditional use permit has been approved. The chair votes in the affirmative. We have one more for the GB district. Looking for a motion to grant approval of the conditional use permit for dimensional relief from LZO 4.5.2.b to allow less than the required 150 feet of frontage for the construction of approximately 11.23 acre organic waste processing facility.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. All right, we are on to a site plan recommendation. I'm looking for a motion to conditionally approve the application. Do we have it? I believe we have a couple things we're trying to add to the condition. Jason, you were just asking about one.
Yeah, I'd like to add the condition that the trucks have to come in from the north and leave from the north.
Kelly, we can do that, right?
Signage on the property directing truck traffic. Or what, sorry.
Yes.
We still have some of
Bear with
the,
me.
Yes.
I wrote it down.
What, but
Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, so that they don't go to the town to the south.
From the north.
Yes.
But Officer Cruz couldn't, or Lieutenant Cruz can't just pull somebody over if they take a right instead of a left, right? Can they?
Well, if it's a truck and it goes past the no, and it's in a no-through truck.
No trucking is fine.
So we're talking about two different things.
We can find, okay.
If he's in the no trucking area.
You're talking about a no through trucking sign.
Yeah,
If
he's-
they're violating that on a no through trucking posted road,
That's
Lieutenant
enforceable
can
by
pull 'em over.
police. Correct.
But this is a
I'm talking about wanting to make,
signage
yes.
on the private site that it directs the truck drivers as to where they can go.
Correct.
So they are aware in advance of leaving the site.
Correct.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yep.
Do we have any other conditions that we are attempting to put
How
on?
about the traffic study?
It's part of the conditions.
You have to complete it to our satisfaction.
Okay.
Excuse me, Kelly, would it be appropriate, and Mr. Chair, there is a restriction imposed by the Army Corps of Engineers relative to tree clearing that starts on April the 14th and runs through November relative to two specific species of bats, tricolored bat and northern long-eared bat. One consideration we wanted to make with the board this evening is assuming we've been able to fulfill all of our conditions with the exception of the solid waste permit, that we would have the ability to cut trees prior to April 14th, as it would be a considerable hardship for the applicants to wait till November to cut trees to move their project forward. This request would come specifically from the landowner, Mr. Nick Codner. We would not be seeking to grub or do any subsurface work. It would be specifically the opportunity to cut the trees because of this limitation imposed by another permit.
I mean,
You have the landowner cut trees anyway? You have to
Well,
file
They
a,
can. It's once an application has been before the town, though, you've historically asked for any work on the project to stop.
well, exactly. I mean, you're now asking, that's like having a landowner start a site plan without a site plan approval. So,
The trigger point for clearing that we get concerned with is when we have to consider erosion controls. Chime in when I'm off. Erosion controls, anything that impacts water
Yeah.
on the site.
yep.
Generally speaking, that concern raises when you're rubbing trees, meaning fully taking them out of the ground.
De-stumping.
Not necessarily if you're just cutting.
But the reality of it is, though, is that once they start cutting, they're gonna yank those roots too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of the bat thing in the trees is knock the trees down so they can't nest or
Correct.
have
So they don't have the
have a
opportunity.
good time. I don't know, whatever they do.
They
up
don't have the
there.
opportunity. They call it roost. So
There we go.
You're avoiding their
I was looking
roosting
for that.
period.
So that's the purpose.
Correct.
So if we say you can do that, but you can only go, you have to cut it more than 1.5 to 2 feet off the ground. The chances of grubbing that or changing the subsurface flow of water or the surface flow of water is going to be zero because you're not really disturbing anything else. But I would say, having been on a couple of woodlots in my day, in developing commercial buildings, those skidders make a freaking mess, and that will affect things. And so, my concern is more with those skidders coming in. And so I would ask, Mr. Chair, that if we allow this, that we make them York rake it, to level so there isn't. I mean, you could have ruts those machines are huge, 3.5 foot ruts in the land, right? I think you've probably seen it. And so I would suggest if we're gonna do that, those trucks could change surface water direction and drainage or whatever, and maybe somebody else has a better idea now that I've discuss what I've seen, and I throw it out to the board.
Mr. Chair, we'd be willing to conduct an inspection after the tree clearing is done and provide that report directly to the board so that you would have the results of that to ensure there would not be an issue with that
It
diversion
wouldn't be to
runoff.
us, it would be to staff or whatever.
Yep.
What if there was an issue?
And it'd be our responsibility under our stormwater pollution prevention plan to immediately resolve it. So it gets into that hierarchy of all these other permits we have to apply for, the SWIP,
John, are you
which,
comfortable with that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all, Tony, sorry.
That's all right. No, that's all right.
It doesn't make
I'm
any
throwing things
sense.
against the wall.
Yeah,
I get the predicament that they're in.
I do too.
I don't know what else we can do.
Does John have any suggestions?
You finish your site plan, either that or you put together a site prep plan.
So you'd
I'm
be
asked this all
comfortable
the
with the
time.
site prep plan? In
Excuse
the
me?
event that they can't get this done before the bats go to roost, you'd be comfortable with the site prep plan?
Absolutely, like everybody else.
So that's the condition.
What's involved with a site prep plan? Is that just putting out your silt fence? or-
Then where's that stormwater going? They'll have some temporary stormwater ponds.
A temporary stormwater pond?
That's right.
We'll
That's
just
why.
cut them down and leave them there, have a guy go through the woods with a chainsaw, there you go.
I mean, I guess it also depends on when you do it, right? If you did it yesterday or today,
Not so good.
it's gonna be a mess. If it's done the second week in August, not so much, unless
But they
it's
need to
unless
do
it's
it
wet.
before April what?
Unless it's wet, and some
April
of that land is
14th.
wet.
if also, like, we are absolutely willing to work with you in any capacity. If it's strictly just felling the trees and leaving them there, we'd be agreeable to that as well.
I think it's more the heavy machinery that's gonna cut the trees.
Given the considerations we have for this site, we'll be a little limited in what we can use just as far as access. We're not cutting in logging roads. So if there's any particular conditions that the board would want to consider for how we cut those trees, we'd accept that as well. It's such an operational nightmare. The feds have given us this rule and said, okay, from April to November, you can't cut trees. That's just so unfeasible. That would essentially put all projects to a stop.
Cut down trees.
So we're asking for your considerations. We're willing to work with you in whatever capacity that is. Relative to Mr. Trottier's comment about temporary stormwater, if the desire is for us to cut the trees and then immediately build our stormwater management areas, we could do that too. The reality is there's earth
Building a
movement involved
stormwater
with doing
management
so.
area without a signed site plan.
Exactly.
That's
There
for
you go.
sure.
So we got kind of chicken and the egg here.
Harry might have an answer.
If they were to cut them manually and just leave them there.
Are you guys willing to walk through there with a chainsaw?
Just go
and
old
cut stuff
school
down?
with a chainsaw and cut
Take
it down and then just leave it there, like.
And leave it?
Yep.
I wouldn't have, if you guys aren't bringing in any heavy equipment, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, maybe that's a solution. One of the challenges that we have is that this board assembles once or twice a month. The idea of putting some sort of a site prep plan together and having it acted upon with enough time to get anything accomplished before the middle of April is the same as not allowing it at all. So, maybe the best we can do tonight, instead of all throwing ideas out, is would the board consider some condition that allows us to work with staff behind the scenes? John is the reason that I think some of the concerns have been voiced. They're all legitimate. We're not discounting his input. If we can satisfy his department that we've got some sensible way to proceed, maybe we can get a jump start on things. And if, John knows his job and he does it well. If we can't satisfy him, then the rules are the rules and we'll follow them. But it'll at
Guys
least
just
give us
cut
a
the trees
chance.
down without putting any equipment on it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the answer is old school,
Yeah.
no machinery, guys with chainsaws.
How about handsaw?
Like,
I was about to say, don't even use chainsaws.
Those
Just
two
leave
guys.
We're still gonna hate it.
No,
We can have a logging competition.
Hey, hold on one sec.
So John, if we do that, what's your,
Unrealistic. I've never seen a contractor go out there and do that.
That's kind of where I'm at too. I
It's
don't
kinda-
see how realistic.
kinda
it would
silly,
be. I
personally.
mean, the other.
I'm just being, you asking me. I'm
Yeah,
telling
no,
you.
you're right.
I was about to say, but if that's what we say they can do, then it's up to them to decide whether or not to do it that way.
All right, so couldn't we condition this to say they either can cut it by hand, not hand, chainsaw, or work with the town until John is happy? Like either or. Either you're gonna go out there and do the manual thing, which we all agree is not ideal, or they figure something out with John.
Let's figure something out with the town.
Sorry, not
Thank
just
you,
John,
Jake.
sorry.
No problem, John.
Mr. Trotter.
Listen,
I think most practical is.
we're
leave it with
reinventing the wheel
John.
here. We've given them an option. They can do what they want with it.
We'd be perfectly agreeable that that solution that was just mentioned.
Can I just,
Mm-hmm.
so the condition is they can clear trees in advance of plan signature, but they are not to use any equipment.
Any logging equipment.
Heavy machinery.
Heavy machinery. There you have it.
Only machinery would be a chainsaw.
Right, so could I just, you're off to definition land already, and so this is why I'm suggesting, rather than try to resolve it on the fly right now, does the board have enough, comfort that we could reach some discussion points and satisfy the engineering group, or not?
I think we might be easier to please.
I don't want to define it.
I understand that
I wanna-
comment,
I wanna
but I
have
don't
it
know that you'll be
satisfied.
easier to please at this moment as a group.
Hey, so be it. If he wants, if that's the condition that the applicant's asking for, is to work with town staff to come up with some sort of solution to be able to do it before 30 days from now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the
Leave it with
dissenter. I'm gonna be the dissenter on that one because we know as much as I'm a rules guy, John is a real rules guy, and he already gave his answer.
Correct.
He already played his cards, so they're not gonna be able to cut until December.
Yeah.
Well, the suggestion that I heard was hand cut or satisfy, and so.
That's what I would like, but I'm not the whole board.
Understood.
But then you didn't want us to stop making terms, so which is it?
Well, I think the or made sense, right? We have, and.
It didn't make sense until you heard the or, but yeah.
No, we have a pathway forward, but we can at least have a conversation about whether we can use conventional machinery in a way that satisfies the town's concerns. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. Maybe the no heavy machinery rule makes sense, maybe it doesn't, but we don't have to decide all of that right now without conferring with a contractor on really what the consequences of that are.
Okay.
It's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I'm really fast. I could have that cleared by November, just by myself.
Are you available?
Yes. See me?
Conflict of interest.
All right. So, yeah, no kidding.
So what's the
So-
pleasure?
So we're looking for a motion to grant conditional approval with the added condition that we've discussed with Kelly on signage and direction out of the facility, and that the applicant is to work with town staff to come up with a solution to cutting trees before, was it April 15th? In a way that would satisfy the town, or by doing it mechanically.
By hand.
By hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the other conditions would need? This is contingent upon the signature, the signing of the subdivision plan that created this lot.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor, starting with Steve, please.
Steve Bickford, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verani, eh?
Brian Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pentai.
Sean Faber, aye. John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
They have to clear 5 acres of land
Have fun.
in a month. They can start
I
tomorrow.
gotta go pee.
All right.
Notice. You want help?
Be a while.
We did know that.
All right, we are on to the next step here. We have a public hearing of an application for a site plan for a two-story, 41,700 square foot building with 12 indoor pickleball courts along with 21 outdoor pickleball courts and associated site improvements in the C2 District, 2 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, Cities of Manchester. The Benton family is the applicant. 5 Highlander Way, map 28, lots 10 and 10-4. The Benton family is the owner and applicant. C2 zoning district, 3385 Brown Avenue, map 28, lot 9, City of Manchester is the owner. And again, the Benton family is the applicant.
Mr. Chair,
If
you
you
have 3
folks wanna
outstanding
come up.
checklist items, which we are suggesting that you waive for acceptance purposes only.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor, starting, I would note that Ann is back to the podium here as a voting member, and Steve is now no longer. Starting with Ann, please. Gentlemen, you can come sit down. We don't bite. Starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Durani, aye.
Brian Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. These items have been accepted for completeness purposes only and will become a condition of approval. Before we get going here, Kelly, anything you'd like to add before we let them have the floor?
Mr. Chair, you'll have some waiver requests, and then the plan itself to act upon this evening after the presentation.
Fantastic. John?
Nope, not at this time.
Kristen? Fantastic. Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good evening.
Welcome back.
My name is Mike Benton. I thank you. Thank you for your time tonight. We have been in business, purchased the executive back in 1995. That's giving away my age. That's a while back. But we, over the years, have created a business where we have looked at the lifestyle of families as it relates to health, wellness, that's fitness. We're an integrated wellness facility with actually an urgent care on site. We have occupational health. We have a hospital presence, but we also have a large fitness. We have a large nutritional component and a large integrated health and fitness facility. We've expanded with tennis. In 2011, we expanded to outdoor tennis, outdoor pool, cabana, amenities, restaurant. And now we're looking to take the next logical step, which is to continue to expand what we've already built, which is both indoor, outdoor health and well-being, and sports. And we're adding the sport of pickleball. It's a growing sport. We expect to be able to run tournaments, but it's a minimum number of tournaments a year, but regional tournaments. We expect to increase our natural flow by a limited amount by adding these courts. And so we're very excited about the opportunity and in the community. And we're from a flow standpoint, we have 4 outdoor tennis courts. So the flow always comes from the center of the club. That's where people check in. And that's where people for pickleball will also check in. And then from there, they go from our facility out to the outdoor courts or to the indoor courts. So we're not expecting to change our flow in any way. And that I'll leave it to Bob and TF Moran.
Good evening, I'm Bob Duval from TF Moran, site engineers for this project. And I'd like to, can I,
Yeah, I gotta do it, I think.
yeah, I'd like to flip to the closer up view of the facility.
Let me know. Everything's a little slow at this hour.
This will work. So this is a perspective view from an aerial perspective of the existing facility. So at the top of the screen, is there a pointer here that works?
Should be on that one.
That didn't help. Well, actually, this is a better image. So, this is the existing facility on Highlander Drive. Airport Road is in the foreground. The parking field for the existing executive club is just at the bottom of this aerial picture. The brown roof building is the main club building that houses the medical office center, the indoor pool, indoor racket sports, and the health club facility proper. The white roofed building in the rear is the indoor tennis courts that exist at the top of the site. And then, of course, Highlander Way goes from right to left down to, and you can see in the very background there, you can see where the new facility is going to be situated. So it's down Highlander Way, a couple thousand feet to the rear of the site. And we switch to the next plan. These are just views from the facility. We can skip through those quickly. This is actually a historic picture showing that Google still has available, showing what was there for the Highlander facility, which in this area they had their conference center and hotel and some outbuildings. This is at the bottom of the screen here. This is where the existing tennis courts are, existing surface courts. You can see them a little bit grayed out in the lower left of that red outlined area. And then where we're showing the new 41,000 square foot building in orange, that's where the other outdoor tennis courts are. And those would be enclosed in this building. And
12 courts. Sorry, 12 courts.
Yeah, 12 courts. 12. It turned into 12 pickleball courts indoors. And then as you move up the page, you can see the roadway that goes from Airport Road to the large parking area off to the left, off the picture, that goes through, past the Auto Fair owned building, through the site on the west side of which you see those outdoor pickleball courts. The blue colored courts are for ordinary play. The red colored courts have some seating, some bleacher seating. Those are for competition play. And then the multicolored one on the right-hand side, that's an actual a championship tournament type special court with even more spectator seating. So there's a total of 21 outdoor courts, 12 indoor courts here that we're talking about. And again, a building which is really a building not unlike the tennis court building that we just saw at the beginning of the presentation. It's really to house these indoor pickleball courts to provide all-weather playability. But there's, that's really the main purpose of the building. There will be some restrooms, there will be a small cafe, juice bar sort of thing. There will be some locker rooms, but that's all ancillary to the pickleball courts that go inside that building. So I think what I'm going to do next is talk about the traffic and parking impacts of this proposal. They're really very simple and straightforward. The pickleball facility is going to be an added amenity to what the club already offers. You will have to be a member to participate in these pickleball courts, and you will have to check in at the front door up near Airport Road, and generally speaking, that's where you will park. You will park where you would park now to enter the main door of the club building proper. And then you would walk out the back and then down Highlander Way to access the gates to the court facility or the new building. And when you check in, you will get a key so that you can go down there and use a pickleball court. So the people will not be wandering back and forth between the pickleball area and the top of the site. It's not open to the public. It will be locked for members only. And parking is generally going to happen at the top. And we are providing 24 spaces down below, but those are really limited basis to provide accessible parking and allow maintenance personnel to go down there in a limited amount of parking that's fully within the control of the club management. So,
Bob, real quick, let's get to some meat and potatoes here. Talk to me about your waivers.
You want to go through the waivers first?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
We sports facility. A lot of people visit it.
You've been
We know
here be-
pickleball.
Been here before. Forget it.
So I told you we had an urgent care, so if you get hurt on the pickleball court, we got
Like it.
15 steps to come in
I like it.
and get service.
All right, the first waiver that we're seeking tonight is for depth of cover for storm drain lines. And so I'll point out in the upper left, those darker green areas, the upper left is a stormwater pond. Upper right, same thing, just above the multicolored court, that dark green area is a stormwater pond. Lower left, below the blue courts, is a stormwater pond. And then at the very bottom, that triangular stormwater pond. So the site is broken up into watersheds that feed all these ponds. The drainage that we're talking about that is designed at just over 2 feet of cover rather than the required 36 inches is the one that's below the blue courts. And that's because where it discharges is to a wetland just to the left of that. That's kind of grayed out, and that discharge point is very close to the elevation of the pond. And in order to discharge into that discharge point, the wetland, the pipe has to be laid flat. Otherwise, we would have to deepen the stormwater pond, and it's already graded out as much as it can be. It's as large as it can be without actually impacting the wetland. Because if we had to draw it deeper, then we would have to do more grading, and that would start it to impact the wetlands and the wetland buffers. So by leaving the pipe cover at 2 feet, then we don't need to do that, and we can stay outside of the wetland limit with the depth of the pond. 2 feet is, I know this board sees that waiver from time to time. It's not unusual, and we can put insulation to make sure there's no freezing problem there. And it's only the first two catch basins immediately adjacent between the discharge point and the stormwater pond, catch basin 1 and catch basin 2. So that's the purpose of that waiver. Shall I go through them all?
Well, let me look at this. I think we all have a good understanding of utility clearance letters and whatnot. Sounds like they're still in review. Obviously, if you don't get them, they're from the utility company, and everybody else. Obviously, if you don't get them, you're not building anything. So, I'm sure they'll be coming along.
Right, and we've actually received comments from Manchester Waterworks in particular. So, they're obviously they are providing water to the restaurant facility there now. They're going to continue to provide it, and they're looking at our design.
I think what I would mapping trees again. That's something we see all the time. Sidewalk width requirements. Talk to me about that.
Well, we've designed the building so that it stays within the footprint of the courts. So the existing fence out there is essentially the outside wall of the building. And there's limited room between that limit, and this building has to be of a certain dimension to actually fit pickleball courts inside of it. So that fixes the width of the building, the width of the, sort of the limit outside of the building width. We can fit a 6-foot sidewalk and still have a proper roadway width there, but we can't go that extra foot to make it 7 feet. There's really no problem,
Parking that's
accessible.
up against it,
Right, there's no parking up against it.
so it's not
The
like
roadway-
you're
the
losing
roadway
a
is there,
foot.
though, right?
The roadway is there,
The
but
roadway
there's
is
no
there.
parking spaces up against it.
So it's abutting a roadway, but we don't have, the condition where a car's pulling up, hitting the curb,
Correct.
and then you got a foot of hood on top of the walkway.
Right.
Okay,
The 6 foot would stay unobstructed.
okay. So you have 6 unobstructed feet of sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Drainage structures, if you wanna talk on that a little bit.
Yeah, again, these ponds that I just talked about are designed as filtration ponds, not infiltration ponds. And the way that works is water is directed to the pond, and then the bottom of the pond is excavated out and then replaced with filter material for stormwater treatment. So the filter material removes all the pollutants. But then under the pond, there is an underdrain system and a liner. So there is no infiltration relied on. So the volume of the pond is always available to, to do its function, of stormwater treatment. But because of the way it's built, the water is not controlled by an outlet structure. The water is controlled by the underdrain system under the pond that then flows into an outlet structure and overflows into the top. But there's no vertical interface that can take a slotted weir. It's the diameter of the underdrain system itself that serves as the control. Am I making myself clear?
No, not at all. John, did that make sense?
I understand what he's saying, but again, people have done it elsewhere.
Mhm.
And in fact, their company has done it at other sites. So
Okay.
vertical weirs can be done.
Does it work? In this instance or situation, you can apply a vertical weir.
In my opinion, yes.
What is the impact on your end of providing a vertical weir?
Because these are shallow ponds, I'm not sure we can make it work. That's really the bottom line here. It accomplishes the same goal. It meters the water, and we have an overflow structure that can take the big storms. But I'm not sure we actually have the freeboard to do a slotted weir that will properly calibrate every storm event.
So what you're proposing is an orifice.
The orifice is the outlet pipe
I know what
of the
I know
underdrain
what the
system.
yeah.
So it's a round orifice, essentially.
So again, they've done it, they're doing it on the hill.
Well, I'm hearing, John, that you would like to see at least an attempt at the design of a standard structure, so we can do that. And if we run into a technical problem, we'll talk about it. But we'll make an attempt to make it work with a standard structure. So what that does to the waiver, I guess?
John, what's your concern with the way they have the structure being performed now?
Because those orifices will block vertical weir, again, the water can go up and down.
So you're concerned about a blockage to the orifice?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Are they withdrawing the waiver? Is that what's happening?
Yes, we may need to come back with it, I guess, depending on what we're able to do. Another consideration, by the way, is we do have an AOT permit in hand on this design. So, it'd be our preference to be granted the waiver. But,
Let's discuss it as we get further down.
Can I say one thing briefly about that?
Sure.
Just one quick. I'm Jason Hill, TF Moran. I worked with them on the design. So just the difference is that we still have an outlet structure that has a weir in it, but it's not a vertical weir, obviously. exposed to the pond surface. This design is an alternative treatment system, which is biofiltration, and that is extended detention. They work different ways. They have different pollutant removal efficiencies. Biofiltration actually typically has higher removal rates for phosphorus and nitrogen than extended detention. And so therefore it's in many cases considered a superior system. I'm not saying on this site it is or isn't, but it's an LID system that's commonly used, that's very efficient in treating those things as well as other things. And we can, if there's not on the plan already, put a trash rack around the orifice, to
make sure we're not clogging.
Yeah, rather than redesign the whole system, like Bob was intimating we may have to do, which may actually end up having more footprint, because of the modeling. And those also let out, so anyways, this system has been approved by the AOT, obviously it's traditionally different from the town system.
You're permitted through the state on this system, the way it stands today.
The way it stands now. Yeah, I would say maybe rather than withdraw the waiver, if we could get the waiver approved, subject to working with staff to see if we can come up with an alternative vertical wear type outlet structure. So if this could be approved, subject to us being able to work with staff and see if we can get John to agree that it's more practical to do it with.
So I just want to put it out here. This is comment number 7, right? The proposed grading design appears to indicate the proposed swale on the north side of the proposed building will direct runoff to the abutting lot 10-1. But the revised drainage analysis does not address this issue to demonstrate compliance with section 3.07 of the regulations, no increase in the rate of runoff. Please note the applicant's revised stormwater report does not address 6 items noted in the design review. The applicant provided the following response to these items. TFM, we thank the reviewer for the suggestions. While not addressing in this revision, we will address this point in the final phase of the project. So my point being, the design that they presented doesn't even address the drainage, and we're horse trading to see what they can do. It doesn't make any sense to me, guys. And ladies.
They're asking you for a waiver from the regulation as it's presented. I don't advise you condition waivers,
I agree.
so they're keeping the waiver request. So you need to make your decision based on the criteria that's outlined in our regs and in the statute reference.
Yep. And again, if we deny that waiver, that's it, right?
Oh, they just have to build it to standard.
They have to meet the standard that they're asking currently to waive from.
And it would also require us to go back to AOT with the new design. I mean, the AOT is not going to approve a project that increases runoff off-site. It does not provide effective treatment, does not match all the stormwater rules, which are equivalent to the towns, except for the design of the outlet structure. That's really what we're talking about here. There's more ways to skin a cat than that. I understand that's the preference of the town, but in this case, it may not be feasible.
Is that the main reason for the change of the outlet structure, is feasibility?
It has to do with the shape of the pond and the type of pond.
The existing pond, correct?
No, the proposed pond.
Proposed pond, okay, so it's not an existing pond.
Right. Well, I mean, the existing as designed pond.
Okay. So we're not granting the waiver, you have potential to not be able to propose something that will work efficiently.
The MS4 this is an efficient way of, so
Grab the mic.
this extended detention also has, it's a different, so it's forcing a treatment system, forcing you to use extended detention or wet pond, which is fine, but to meet the MS4, they have the 40 and 60% removals of phosphorus and nitrogen, and the extended detention pond, dry extended detention pond, is less efficient per gallon of treatment. Generally, the curve is less efficient at treating those pollutants as opposed to a biofiltration system. So that is therefore, we think it's an appropriate use of this land.
So
just the switch of the detail. The structure is the same, square structure, hatch, footing, but yeah, that vertical thing, we're essentially eliminating. We're just not going with the extended detention
Because
methodology.
it's better treating the water.
It has, yeah, we feel it has higher
An
efficiency
MS4 requirement
rates.
more efficiently
And
than.
therefore, we could minimize the volumes and land clearing and such. And we've used this dozens of times, and not in Londonderry necessarily, but in other communities. So I mean, we feel it's appropriate. We understand the town's, John and his concerns, and we mirror those on in terms of maintenance and for those reasons. And that way we would ensure that we put the
So
To summarize, it's
trash
a,
wrap.
it's a
we have
better
a
system.
we have a drainage structure
Right,
that is different than our regulation. However,
yes,
the drainage structure is approved through the state through AOT.
right.
Your MS4 permitting, you're able to treat this water more effectively with this structure and meet your MS4 requirements.
Right.
I don't think that's a fair statement, Jake, and I don't want to dwell on
Well,
it.
that's why I'm asking the
Yeah,
question.
I don't think it's a fair statement. They haven't proven to us that the drainage works. We'll tell you later. But grant us, you know, a waiver to the outlet structure, but we're not sure if it's gonna work. Thank you for the comment, but we'll still look at it. So it's just kind of odd that they're even asking for it, and
Yeah, just to
That's-
back up, and I understand your comment, John, and that definitely it seems odd, potentially, but, you know, what we've intended was that we've reviewed the comments, and maybe we should have written it that way, and we.
Let me
felt-
ask you this. I totally understand what you're saying. Can we have a waiver on something that we think works? Let me ask you this. We grant the waiver or the requirements. They would still need to show that this drainage works based on the granted waiver. So they still need to prove to you, irregardless, that the system is working as designed based off of the waiver requirement.
The waived requirement.
Correct. You know what, like, they still have to show, I totally know what you're saying.
Yeah.
They still have to, we grant the waiver and say, okay, we'll accept a structure that's different than our regulation. They still have to, in order to satisfy the conditions of the plan, they still have to show you the math that the substituted drainage still works appropriately, correct?
Yes, because they're only asking for a waiver from this particular drainage structure.
Yes, I understand that. What I'm getting at is if we grant the waiver, they still have to show you it
Yes,
works.
they have to show all the other aspects.
Correct.
To
So what
drainage.
I'm getting at is,
so what if when they do it the correct way, or they finish their drainage, what happens if they can use our outlet structure? Then they need to use our outlet structure to let them finish their work.
well, to me, we're asking a question of, are we gonna allow drainage that is different than the town spec, which has been done in the past? All I'm getting at is, we're saying, if we were to grant that waiver, we're saying, yes, you can build it in that way. They still have to show town staff that it is still going to work as it is intended and supposed to.
So why don't they finish their work and show me that, how the outlet structure can't work? The burden's on them.
The point is they're asking you for a waiver.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
can ask for the waiver.
Yeah.
You've heard this
Correct.
position.
Yeah.
The waiver is specific to that drainage structure, and
Correct.
they're asking not to use that. That's the waiver.
Correct.
All the other requirements, as far as I can see, they haven't asked to waive from, as it relates to this matter, so they need to comply with it.
Correct.
That's correct.
Tony?
But I thought the objection had to do with cleansing. The one they want to put in gets clogged up and doesn't fix itself. The one our regs has will self-regulate.
Correct.
So that's really what we're talking about, isn't it? So how do you show that? How do you prove that?
mitigate the?
So the question is, and I've asked it many times before, if it does clog up, where's the water going to go? Or more appropriately, when it does get clogged up and no one notices it, and we get a 1,000-year storm, where is the water going to go when it can't get through that pipe?
The way that the water gets out of the pond is it goes through this filtration bed, which is, a carefully blended.
I'm familiar with those.
Mix.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
And then it goes into an underdrain system and is collected. Any potential clogging accumulates on the surface of that filtration bed. What gets through is like a septic system. Whatever gets through it goes through that septic material. It's only water that gets through that because all of the particulates have been filtered out. That's how the filtration system works. So there's no way that the underdrains can get clogged.
So one thing I didn't say as well is that we did look at and have looked at the use of the vertical slot in some of these systems. And the runoff rates are so low on a couple of them at least, they're almost zero in the 2-year storms, that you effectively can't mitigate the rate of runoff increase with the town's slot. It's too big. So it violates the stormwater ordinance because it's letting out too much flow to carry the vertical element. And for that reason, and one of that reasons alone, the filter bed, we've designed the spec, soil spec, and the design that exfiltration, that slow exfiltration rate throttles the flow down so that you mitigate, particularly the smaller storms. But for all downstream runoff, it's so low on some of these outfalls that the town system actually doesn't work.
Yeah, that's an excellent point because that's the real truth of the matter. For small sites, we're constantly struggling with Londonderry outlet structures that have fractional inch slots. And if you want to talk of something that's prone to clogging, something that an individual stick or a reed can clog is a 1/4 inch wide slot. And those are the kind of systems that in order to match storms for a small system, we have to build to comply with the system. This is a much more foolproof system because it has a large surface contact area. It's easy to maintain the system. And there's no chance of a complete clog in the system if it's maintained in accordance with the maintenance procedures.
So there's maintenance requirements to the system.
Right, of course. Whereas, you could have a fall day that puts a bunch of leaves in a conventional outlet structure that clogs it up, and I've seen that. I've gone out to sites that we've designed, and I've looked at the pond, and the pond is too full, and if you take a stick or even your finger and you go down to the outlet structure and you take the detritus out of it, the pond level drops. That's the issue.
So let me ask it a different way. When the pond overtops, where's the water going to go?
Well, it goes. There is a spillway built into each one that conveys it to the nearest wetland or discharge point. So that's where it goes, and that's true of a Londonderry structure or
any system,
an alternate structure.
On this site,
yeah.
Please show me where does the water go?
The two ponds at the top.
Because it's a downhill structure. The land is pitching towards Manchester, right? You're starting at 200 feet, and it goes all the way down to 140. So you got a 60-foot drop, right?
You're talking about towards Brown Ave. Is that
Yes.
where you're looking?
Yeah.
Yeah, those ponds would top, and they're sort of built astride some natural water courses that head towards Brown Ave. So those two ponds, when they would overtop, would head west plan, the top of the plan. The one on the left that we just talked about in regard to the pipe cover issue would go due south to a little riprap lined wetland, and then would run into that tributary to Cohasset Brook and would run to upper left of the plan. The one at the very bottom would, when that one overtops, it actually runs to the plan bottom and then runs through a swale that would bring it to that same brook, a higher point on that same brook that would eventually go back towards Cohasset. So that would run plan left when and if it was to overtop. And all ponds overtop. There's always a storm that.
That's why I asked, because I know it's gonna overtop.
Right.
I mean, you've
Yeah,
been
that's-
around long enough to, and so have I, so that's why I asked the question, and
Yep.
I wanted to know where it went. Where's it gonna go? Because this is a.
Yeah, so it doesn't cause any damage to abutting properties. It goes into existing water courses, maybe is the simplest answer.
Thank you.
Light trespassing, 3.13.12.
That's because of the property line you can see outlined in red. The parking areas and the roadway are so close that the light necessarily is going to spill into the roadway, which is not a bad thing. It's actually appropriate to have that illuminated. If you don't do it by street lights, in this case, we'd be doing it with wall packs of the buildings. But it would be technically a light trespass, crossing the property line into the street.
All right, before we go to the public, board, do you have anything?
Kelly, can you put up the GIS of this lot, please? And could you put the arrow where the lowest racquetball is gonna be? Racquetball court, sorry.
Pickleball.
Pickleball court. Got a lot of racquetball in that facility in the 70s
This is
and
the
early
parking,
80s.
right?
We still have one court left.
So the two
Where's the
courts-
building go in this lot?
I'm spun around.
Yep.
It's where the two
Okay, sorry.
vertical tennis courts are. So the back tennis courts will remain intact. It's
Right there, right at the 28.
right by the road, Tony.
To your right.
To your right. Those two courts will go away.
These two go.
Those two, that's where the building
Well,
goes.
that's where the building goes on top of it.
So this is a lot line?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you put the topos up, please? Okay, so the water's going this way, right?
No, it's
220,
It's going to Brown Ave.
140.
It's going in a brook, a little streamlet that runs at the base of the hill coming down from Executive Drive, and then goes into a water course that goes just below the green property line, and then into that larger brook to the plan left of the airport's parking area. There you go. You can see it there.
Okay.
And what you're not seeing is culvert connections that link up those wetlands.
Got it. So it's really a 180 pad. I'm saying it's 220, but it's 220 up here. This is really a 180 pad.
Yeah,
Yes.
180 to 180.
180 to 180, right?
Yes.
That makes more sense. Thank you. I had to get that out of my head.
All right, anything else from the board before we go to the public? All right, this is a public hearing. Public comment is open. Is there anybody that would like to talk? Seeing none, I will close public comment. John and Kelly?
Yeah, just a couple of bigger ones. Comment number 8, revised grading design at basin number 1 indicates the proposed embankment grading extending beyond the property line and onto the Brown Ave right-of-way at a slope of 2 to 1 and does not provide the proper 3 to 1 embankment slope. This impact to the roadway embankment was not part of the previous submission. The design plan does not provide a sufficient window to understand the revised impacts to the roadway. Item 10, the issue that with this particular submission, this updated submission, it includes lot number 9, but the revised submission does not provide the complete boundary information for lot 9 in accordance with the regs. There's a lot of improvements as shown there that lot 9 had not been part of the previous submittal. Some comments, number 13 regarding the construction details. Item 14 was again the drainage report and the drainage analysis. Quite a few of those comments there. Then addressing the DRC comments with the planning, police, fire, Concom, and sewer division. Those are the big items.
Thank you, Kelly.
Just to note, Mr. Chair, that there was reference to conditional use permit and wetland buffer. That was originated from the one design review. We since learned through this submission that the wetland area is less than half an acre, which removes that
Makes sense.
buffer requirement, so that's noted for you.
Makes sense.
Outside of that, you have your waivers in the site plan application itself.
All right, board, do we have any more input? We have some waivers to go through. Do we want to take these one by one or as a group?
One by one, please.
One by one, I think would be.
All right. So I'm looking for a motion to grant waiver number 1, which is a waiver from LSPR section 3.07 G.3 relating to storm drain system minimum cover. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Ferrani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waiver number 1 has been granted.
Was that requested with converting that to concrete pipe? I
Say it
don't
again?
see that. Again, typically, we would support that as long as they're using class 5 concrete pipe because of the
Okay.
location of that.
That's acceptable.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So to note, you're using a class 5 concrete pipe due to the waiver. I'm looking for a motion to grant a waiver from the site plan regulations 4.18.b relating to utility clearance letters.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Hold on though, guys. That
Oh,
was
hold on.
checklist item, right?
No, this is a waiver.
Yeah, what you want to be looking at, though, is the design review items.
They asked for it in its entirety.
Down below. So again, the checklist item, they had asked for a waiver, right? For utility. But typically, we support that for acceptance
Right,
only.
I'm saying they presented it as a full waiver.
Really? Okay. Sorry. Continue.
All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waiver number 2 has been granted. I'm looking for a motion to grant a waiver from site plan regulations 4.12.c.19, 5, 6, 7, 8, mapping trees greater than 15 inches in diameter.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Verani, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye. So.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waiver number 3 has been granted. I am looking for a motion to grant a waiver from site plan regulation 3.08.c.2.4 and 5, sidewalk width requirements.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Gonna measure it again?
Just double checking
It's your turn to vote, Tony.
You're voting.
Tony D, aye.
It's 3 feet taller than you.
It is.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waiver number 4 has been granted. I'm looking for a motion to grant a waiver from site plan regulations 3.07.H drainage structures for the standard slotted weir outlet.
I don't know about this one.
Well, I'm looking for a motion.
And
Do we need a
Champa.
motion just to vote on it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right.
Motion made.
Motion made.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Does anybody have any discussion, or would we like to vote on this?
I don't know if it's the right thing to do.
Let's vote.
I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I'm not convinced either.
Not either.
Okay, so let's vote.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
So,
do it.
yeah, I mean, I guess my only comment to it was we have accepted alternates in the past. We have something that does have a permit from AOT, and the applicant would still need to show that this works.
But
With the waiver being granted, the applicant still needs to show that the drainage structure is going to work as designed.
And that's why I would support this, and,
Because
sounds-
ultimately, if
sounds-
it doesn't show it, then
sounds this alternative solution also provides cleaner water downstream.
but I feel like it's the same company that always suggests the same thing. But
I think there's different and newer standards out there that we necessarily haven't got our minds around yet.
I think ultimately, for me, at the end of the day, an alternative solution is great. They still need to show that it works. It's not like we're waiving the fact that it works. They need to show that this is going to be sufficient, and if it's not, then they end up back here.
And if they show it works, it fits the spirit of the regulation.
My understanding of the construction of it is you don't know if it doesn't work until it's already filled with water and it rains a lot.
Well, I would disagree with that. I'd say they need to show on paper, they need to show how this is gonna work.
Maybe some science behind it.
Yeah. They still need to show it's gonna work. It's not we're granting this and have fun, here's your ditch. They still need to show on paper that, hey, this is why it works.
So.
Well, it's going to vote, right?
So is what we're
Well, we're in discussion.
So, John.
Yep.
So what we have now in the application, the engineers have not shown that how they want to build it works?
They haven't completed their drainage study. So I gotta go back to that. Remember, we gave them the comments and they thanked us for giving them the comments?
We have an
Drainage
AOT
stu-
permit.
The drainage study they're proposing an alternative solution, so what's a drainage study gonna do? They're saying, hey, we wanna provide you with an alternate solution.
But you said they have to prove that it works.
Correct, but the drainage study is to show that our regulation works.
I'm sure they've done enough engineering on the site to understand that they probably needed alternative solution to make their overall site plan work.
That's what I'm getting at, is they just haven't shown yet why. He's looking for the why we're looking for an alternative
I'm
solution.
sure they've done all their background work in the back and saying, well, the only way we're gonna get this thing to work is to do this alternative drainage structure. They probably haven't presented it to the town yet, but I'm sure, I mean, I know how these guys work, they've already factored it all in, and they said, we can use this, and then the overall site plan works.
So how can we give them a waiver on something that they haven't shown the town works yet? A waiver from the standard, what we usually ask for, we're asking for a waiver from that when they haven't shown that what they want to build will work.
No, they haven't shown what they don't wanna build
They
works.
will have to show that it works.
They have to show that what they want to build works. What they don't want to have to show, they want to avoid, they don't, what's the point of showing that the structure through the regulation works if they're providing an alternate? That's ultimately what this comes down to. Because they want to provide an alternate.
So, yeah, they
So
want to
why-
provide an alternate, so show us that it works. Show us the alternate works.
That's what they have to do. What we're saying here is they haven't met the site plan regulation that shows us that the site plan regulation works.
So if we give them a waiver,
Mhm.
they still might have to come back, because when they present this thing that they want to build, and the engineering doesn't show that it works, then they're
Then
gonna
they're
have to come back.
That's the risk
Correct.
they're taking right now.
Correct.
Oh, I got it.
Correct.
Sorry. I get it now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm starting to get it too.
Ready to vote?
Yeah.
Any more discussion? All in favor, starting with Ann, please?
Ann Champa, nay.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waiver number 5 has been granted.
Thank you all for your patience and helping me get through that.
No, that's what we're here for. Last but not least, I'm looking for a motion to grant a waiver to site plan regulations 3.1, 3.12 outdoor lighting design standards.
So moved.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Waiver number 6 has been granted. We do have a conditional use permit.
No, you don't.
No, we don't. We
No,
just
that's-
talked about that because it's
it's
less
gone.
than, yeah, thank you, Kelly.
Correct.
I am looking for a motion to grant conditional approval of application for a site plan for a 2-story, 41,700 square foot building with 12 indoor pickleball courts along with 21 outdoor pickleball courts and associated site improvements in the commercial C2, 2 Highlander Way, map 28, lot 10, City of Manchester, and then Benton Family Trust as the applicant. 5 Highlander Way, map 28, lots 10-4, and 3385 Brown Avenue, map 28, lot 9. City of Manchester is the owner on that one, and the Benton family is the applicant.
So moved.
With the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval be fulfilled as noted in the engineering memo.
Ryan's moved.
So moved.
I
Also second.
have a motion, I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. You guys have an approved site plan. Fantastic.
Thank you very much. for
Thank you very much,
volunteering.
folks.
The zoning board went to midnight, and I have $100. Can we stay another 45
We've been
minutes
here a
on
lot
the
later
bed? I'm going to lose my bet.
I get 12.
But I very much appreciate the approval.
30 years
will be
ago,
very happy for you to
we'd be
lose
here
your
past midnight.
We still have 2 more items on the agenda.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We
Thank
do
you.
have, we do have some other business. Let's start with the,
Unless you put the ski area back.
let's start with the hop.
Can we move those to the next meeting?
No, the state is here.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's,
Jesus.
he's here.
I didn't realize that.
Been waiting this in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
Let's continue it.
So this is one of your
If
late
you
ones,
gentlemen
James.
could just jump out, gentlemen, if you could jump outside, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Not a problem. Good evening, sir, and thank you for your patience. Welcome to the Town of Londonderry Planning Board yet again.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a couple months. I was here in August of 2025 to tell you what I would be doing, and this is kind of a progress update. This is in 2 parts, and it's quite late, so maybe we can just do the first half. And
You know, I think if you gave us an executive summary of these 2 parts in brevity,
all right. Well,
if you have any questions, we can answer them.
yeah, you know what? I gave Kristen an extensive packet of information that I put together to try to be as transparent as possible what I've been working on. The two parts, and I'll just skip over the slides for the sake of everyone's eyeballs. The first part is an audit of
It's
the
gonna take a while.
state RSA changes that have taken place in the past year. And they can be summarized basically into three important factors. There's many, there's quite a few changes that have taken place. I focused the audit just to land use controls and powers, zoning powers. And the three areas that are substantive for the town are accessory dwelling units, which you guys allow, but the state law has changed some of the framing for that, so there's a need to revise your ADU regulations to align with the state's ADU regulations. The state has passed a law on allowing residential and commercial districts, which I'm sure you guys are aware of. We basically went through and identified the nature of the conflict that exists between what the state requires and what the zoning currently allows. And we have another one here.
Parking?
Parking is another one, yes. There's you'll see that the parking tables require multiple units, multiple parking spaces per dwelling unit in different scenarios. And the state has said that you can only have one parking space per unit. And there's another one that's
Excuse
skipping
me,
my.
what they said was you can't mandate more than one.
That's right. Yes. So a developer could come along and
Developer can say, we put two.
yeah, they might want to build more. You know, they
Or
could do
whatever.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but we cannot mandate. We can't mandate two. We can only mandate one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So those are the big ones in terms of the RSA audit. As far as I went with it, it was to identify where the conflicts were. I didn't go ahead and propose draft changes for your consideration and use as you see fit. That would be my next step. My hope was to get some direction from the board. So maybe one of the things the board can consider doing is reviewing the content that I provided in the board packet to Kristen and share your comments with the staff, and they can get me a package of points back. However, the town wants to organize that. But essentially, I'm seeking some direction. Basically, I'm seeking some board discussion on this.
So, Kristen, do we have? I have it here in the town computer. Do I have on my personal email all the this entire HOP file? Because if not,
I don't think we
need it.
distributed it, but I can do that so that you can.
Is it on the?
It would be
it's
on
the
It would be on the agenda, right? It's on the website.
Yeah.
Under the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do think this audit was really important, partially for the purposes of the planning board, but also partially for the purposes of, there's been a lot of misinformation or overblowing on how some of these things are. This actually, if we want to answer the question, what changes did the state make that actually affect us? Here's the information right here. And so I think this can be a more definitive thing to refer to in the future when those questions arise or those statements are made.
And so is your role, now that you've done the audit and you've identified in our regs what we need to change, does your role also allow you to give us suggestions on how you would suggest certain language and certain regs needs to be?
That's my hope, but that's what I would like to provide to you. I've done the research, and I feel pretty good about the research I've done, and I just didn't want to go into that blind without having some direction from the board. The other thing I was note is I've audited this one component, this change to state laws. There's this other component, which is part 2 of the presentation we're going to go about, is basically identifying what the housing preferences of the board are. Where do you want to see housing go in this community in the future?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, can I stop you there? So, board members, my personal preference would be for part 1 to have a redlined version of what's in our regs that need to change and the correction, which would take pressure off of staff. And so if you could provide that, I'm just one person, but I'm asking the board, would you want that?
Giovanni?
Well, I was just going to add to that a little bit, and you're looking for direction on this, but if there are items that we need to change because they're mandated by new legislation, how much direction do we need to give him on that?
We
Should
don't, that's why I'm
just-
asking them to just do it.
Right.
And then, but
Yeah,
then
but
we
you're
still
gonna
have to,
review it.
we have to approve it.
I think what we have to do, we have to do. You know, it's,
We have to approve it still. We have to approve the change,
Can I
but,
just point out just something? So,
Yeah.
the reason this is occurring is because we received the
hot grant, yeah.
So,
Correct.
yes, to your point, normally, planning staff would just put this together because the state law changed and we're required to.
Right.
We're trying to utilize the funds that we have to the best of, to the most
Sure.
advantage to us.
So are you okay if he does what I'm suggesting?
I would love for him to do that.
Okay, so
Sounds
step
good.
one, we're good on?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And just make the changes and then we'll look at them, and if we don't like a word or find a misspelling or something, we'll change
Or
it.
it's like maybe even inconsistency with the new master plan.
Jeff is thinking, and it
Right.
always worries me. when he
Well,
says-
that's exactly, I was just gonna kind of say, I want, we just adopted the master plan, so I want to see where the synergies are and really kind of show the community where they may be. I think, but as you were talking about part two, where housing is, that's where I would want you to start, is the master plan, basically saying your adopted master plan says that housing should be here. I mean, you facilitated the land use map, the land use session, so that should give a good baseline.
Yes, I agree. That is very useful, and we've had some discussions in the office about the future land use map. And I think it's a valuable reflection of the input that we saw from the master planning process, and that kind of tells us locational information.
Yep.
But then there's this other component, which is typology, like
Absolutely, yeah.
what form factors should housing take. And I was hoping to pry a little more information out of the board about. Not necessarily what your personal opinions are, although that's fine too. Really, a sense of the direction of where things should go. Because I am not, I am not deeply entwined in this place, so I don't want to make judgment calls about where and what types of housing belong in which location, and then have that not be a useful amendment draft for you guys to look at. I think one way we could do this is, and I proposed this back in August, is maybe just a select few people from the board, like a working group, could take the time, even if it would by email, to communicate back and forth about some of the ideas and discussion prompts that were put in there. We don't necessarily have to go that route. I can make a pass at it and work directly with Kelly if that's the preference, and really focus on the RSAs. But there is this other component, the deliverable, which is to really look at the housing barriers, identify where you guys want to go with housing in the future, and then really review the local land ordinances to see what places might be causing hangups to achieve the housing outcomes that you want to see.
Yeah, but what if the requirement ones aren't the ones we want?
So there's this part 2, which is about housing preferences, and the part 1, which is the RSA stuff. Mm-hmm. The RSA requirements, the town doesn't really have a lot of control over. Where the state has come down and changed the laws, and there's revisions needed, where the town's current zoning conflicts with the state's laws, that regulation becomes unenforceable. And so a developer could come in, propose something that doesn't align, that doesn't meet the current zoning. If that component that they're proposing not to meet current zoning is in alignment with the state law, then the state law holds. The board has no power over that.
So maybe you just concentrate on redlining those zoning things, bring them back to us, we'll approve them, and then we can talk about part 2.
Yeah.
think what the ask though is in the
Yep.
meantime, can you all look at part 2 and generate comments to town staff, which we can provide to the applicant?
Yeah, we do have a closing date of the beginning of September for this grant. I'll be gone for the month of June. I'm very lucky to be traveling with my wife on a sabbatical, and so it doesn't leave a lot of time. Although I do have the ability to dedicate significant chunks of time at work to this exercise, so I can get it done. I just really I'm seeking timely input to help direct the analysis that we do, the auditing that we do of
Have
the
any input
regulations.
to you before the end of the second meeting of the month?
Of April?
Yep. Yep.
Give you feedback by end of April at the latest?
Yeah, and by then I can probably have a first pass on part 1.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
So.
Just to clarify, there was nothing on the data that was collected, not the output of the report itself, but nothing on the data that is going to give you a good baseline to start from?
From the master planning exercise?
Data, yeah.
Absolutely. There's lots of good data in there.
Right, because so the question you're asking is what type of housing dwellings we prefer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the
And
Home
they-
Depot shed's got another good
we want
look-see
repair,
in the local newspaper today that you all will get tomorrow or Friday.
There, in this auditing process, there's something called a diversified housing strategy. It's actually part of the scope of work. And a diversified housing strategy, which you will see in the packet that I provided to the town, lays out many aspects for housing that you want to consider. And so if you just read through those and you had one thought about each one, it goes far beyond the kind of...
No, I'll read through all the documents and then I can probably pinpoint my questions a lot better, so. Thank you.
Yeah, I've gone through it, but I think it takes more than 1 or 2 iterations to really think about what is there. And my only fear is the law of unintended consequences, which we commit quite frequently, so.
Rug, could you say that ending what you just said again?
Oh, the law of unintended consequences?
Yeah.
It's active and alive. Even today.
So,
right.
I think he's asking for help
Yeah.
from
So
the
we'll-
board, so.
We'll provide them any comments by the second meeting in August, April.
April.
And they'll just move with that.
You'll provide that to planning staff, and we'll provide
We-
it to
If you
you.
get it back
by
the staff
end of
will
April,
The
that
staff
gives you
will
May.
send or the board will send an email to staff
Yeah.
saying this is my recommendation, and what you have by April, whatever it is, 11th is what you got.
April
So-
8th.
So if we get him everything by the end of April, that gives him 1 month to do everything he needs to do. Is that enough?
I'll be back in August, so...
Well,
Yeah.
when she said end of April, you definitely had this look on your face of,
That was a
And
great
then March.
answer. Well, what I'm going to do, and it will be qualified success, is while you guys are reviewing this stuff and providing input, I'm going to go through and start creating an amended text for the RSA audit.
Yeah.
So you guys will may even have that before you've completed your own review of.
Have your
of-
Get it
data
to me
to
by
town
March
staff by
31st, if
April
that's the
8th.
day.
By April 8th, which is the second meeting of the month, have your info to town staff or any comment that you would like, so she can send it to the powers that be.
Okay.
April 8th.
Cool.
Yep.
I'm good.
Thank you very much.
No,
Thank you.
thank you.
thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
This is-
That was the most passive-aggressive thing I've heard.
If he's here again,
It
can
was
we
so
move him to the
cool.
front? Is that even possible?
It was so cool.
No,
I
it
will.
is
I really don't mind.
He's
I-
not going in tomorrow now.
I'm doing some other work in the back, and I'm watching you guys, and I'm really astonished at how committed you all are to this volunteer
impressed.
job. So
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Elections officers.
Mr. Chair,
Mr.
I'd
Rudd.
like to make a motion that we nominate a slate of officers that is comprised of Jake Butler as chair, Jeff Penner as vice chair, Arthur Rugg as secretary, and Tony DeFrancesco as assistant secretary.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And chair votes in the affirmative. There goes one more year of my sanity.
Hey, you got a lot of years to go, Jake.
Motion to adjourn?
No.
Kelly's got
Hold
something.
on, please
Hold
do
on.
your final review of your rules procedure and formally adopt them.
Oh,
Oh,
As
yes.
amended by Mr. Rugg.
all right. Does anybody have any questions on the amended rules of procedure?
Or are they?
We talked to him on the last meeting.
We talked about them last meeting.
We
Oh,
just
we
have
did.
to talk about
We
it
just
Yeah, I'm
have
good
to-
with those.
We just have to talk about it again.
I'm
For
good
the
with
final
those.
time.
That's
Per
right.
your
Second
rules, you
time.
have to talk about it
We had-
again.
Correct.
So could,
After tonight, we have to talk about
No,
it?
this
No,
is
this
it.
is it.
Oh,
After
I'm
this,
fine.
we're amending it, so we just do it.
Correct.
Do we have it down in hard copy or something? No.
Oh, you need a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion, we adopt the rules of procedure for 2026 as presented, and also this is the second reading.
I have a motion for Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
Reading.
Second.
Oh, is it there somewhere?
All in favor, starting with Ann, please.
Wait a second. Is it on the screen?
It's not on my screen.
We've gone over it the last couple of meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ann Champa, aye.
Tony D, aye.
Giovanni Veroni, aye.
Ryan Willett, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. We are a board of rules.
And so, Mr. Chair, I'd like to remind everybody that apparently we have a meeting on Monday, the 23rd.
Yep.
At 6 PM. And we do need a quorum for that meeting. It's kind of important. Kelly will describe, or actually, let's have Kristen talk tonight. We'll describe what we're doing on that night.
That's the PUD ordinance review. That's what I understand from my fading
And will we be
memory.
adopting it that day, that night? Is that why we're meeting? To adopt it or just to talk about it?
I'm not sure. I probably would hope that it would be adopted, but if not, then
No, you're having a public hearing.
We have a hearing on
The
the
amended
the
PUD.
amended
Stab at this.
PUD ordinance, of which we would then give a recommendation to. Right.
The process is, per our zoning ordinance, that
Right.
this board reviews and provides a recommendation on all
Correct.
zoning ordinance changes to the town council. The town council is a jurisdictional body that formally adopts the regulation.
Correct. We provide a
So,
recommendation.
March 23rd is a public hearing for the board to consider and make a recommendation to the town council.
And we do need a quorum. It will be embarrassing if a lot of people show up and we don't have a quorum. So please,
I will not be able to make it.
quorumize.
I'll be
I will not be here. I'll be on my 17th year of being with my wife, so that'll be what I'm focusing on.
Congratulations.
Are you gonna be
Jake.
here?
I'll be here.
You know
Ann
your
will
duties.
be here. I will be here.
I
Who
can
else
be
will
here.
be
I will
here?
be here.
I can be
I'll be here.
John will be here. Lieutenant
You get a
Cruz will
quorum.
be here. So we're gonna have a quorum. Thank you very much.
I think Kelly went through